Hey, everybody.
She's a Jersey girl with the big hair and bright smile. Rockin' neon spandex, she's got that 80s style. She's got groovy so rad, she'll make you wanna dance. Shelly's the queen of the Jersey Shore, you get the chance. Hey Shelly, Shelly dancing in the moonlight. Hey Shelly, Shelly shining oh so bright, so bright. We're gonna party till the morning light. Oh, Shelly, Shelly, Jersey girl, delight.
Look at Sherry in the house tonight, giving it up, feeling so right. New Jersey girl, she's got that style. That style. Now scream queen with a million smiles. Catching all the love from around the world. Whoa. Hey Shelly, won't you shine your light? Shine your light in the darkest times. You make it bright, bright. Life's dreams, we're all by your side, by your side. But do what you do, girl. You're one of a kind, one of a kind. Shelly, Shelly, you're our light street star, star. Keep rocking the show, no matter where you are.
Hey, Shelly from the block. Jersey girl with a mouth that won't stop, no, no. Sassy, and I'm not afraid to show it. Gonna spill the tea, you better be ready for it. I speak my mind, no filter inside. Shelly's in the house, talking trash and truth. No sugar coated blues. Yeah, out the way. Jersey girl with something to say. Shelly's in the house, time to break the rules. From coast to the city, I'm the queen of cool. You can handle the heat, then take the high. Shelly's in the house, drop the mic.
Hey, Shelly in the house tonight, living it up, feeling so right. Yeah. New Jersey girl, she's got that style. Life stream queen with a million smiles, and she know the love from around the world. Hey Shelly, won't you shine your light? It's time to make it right. Life stream queens with a wayside. You're one of a kind. Shelly, Shelly, you're a life stream star. Keep rocking the show no matter where you are. Yeah.
Good day, everybody. Happy Thursday. It is 12:03 p.m. coming to you from South Central Pennsylvania. It is April 3rd, 2025, and I am Shelly, your mouthy mama with Talking Trash and Truth. This is Coffee and Chaos with T3. That's me. I hope everybody out there is doing well. Today's topic comes to us from Full Drinking, Half Thinking. Trin did a stream the other night about attraction that I jumped in on. And he was talking about magnetism and different polarities and stuff like that. And between, like how objects attract and how people attract. And I was listening to it and it was really interesting to me. And I wanted to get into this and find out like what you guys find attractive, what has changed throughout your life, like in your teens, your 20s, 30s, 40s, and on. And what are the deal breakers for you guys? Like what you just look at somebody and you just can't, right? You're just like, no, the instant red flags that go up or the things that send you scurrying in the other direction. But before we get into all that, it's just a real chill stream today talking about that. I figure we have some fun. Some people have to have some interesting takes on this. So, and I know I do. Well, interesting, I don't know, but I definitely have takes on it. But before we do that, let me say hello to my chat. So we got Wolfram over here dropping links like it's hot. He wipes his paws, lopes in, and he howls. That's what he does. My wolf. And we got Suzanne, my favorite Kanuki. How you doing, Suzanne? I hope you're doing well today. I hope it's not too breezy up there in Canada. The rain isn't too bad. I saw that most of the storms that I managed to avoid yesterday, they went around us, headed right up to Canada. So I'm hoping you're okay. And we got Heidi in there doing the mod work. Mad mod. I want to call her my mad mod, like crazy mod. She's not crazy, but I think I like it because we're all mad here. We got Snipperoony in the house as well. How you doing, Snipperoony? Snipperdoodle. Sparky's Tech. Hi, what's up? I haven't seen you in forever. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing very well. Shenny Graham, good day, lovey. You're out of bed and up and ready to face the world. Saying hi to everybody. All righty. Shenny said, everybody's just saying hi. Shenny said, children no longer know their place and parents treating them as equals in conversations. Love, disrespect follows. That is true. When I meet people who let their kids run rampant and they're just like, oh, kids will be kids. Like, no. Like, there's got to be some discipline. I am not the strictest of mothers, but my kids know that there are lines you don't cross. And when we're in front of other people, you better be on your best behavior, else you're going to get the no lip treatment. That's where I talk to you and my lips completely disappear, and all you see is teeth and me going, you swear to God, when I get you home. And they're just like, because I don't really talk. It basically becomes a whole bunch of nonverbals. My nonverbals scare my kids more than anything I could ever say. Because I just look at them, my eyes flare, and I'm like, and they're like, oh shit. When mom can't talk, that's when you know you fucked up. You fucked up. Snipperoni. Hopefully the stream doesn't bring tears today. I have things to do while I listen. Well, just don't work with electric and you'll be fine. Sparky, yeah, it's been a minute. Been busy. No, yeah, life happens, man. I do not expect to be on anybody's well, certain people I expect to be on their mind, but yeah, no. Just glad to see you. Hope you're doing well. Um, Shani, yes, be proud. I slept horrible. Oh, girl, me too. But was able to get up at 8 a.m. Maybe there's something to the not 9 hours. I I would love to sleep 9 hours, but I wake up more pained than if I only slept like 6 or 7. I try to get at least 5 hours of sleep at night because otherwise it builds up and then I sleep for 12 hours straight. So Wolfram say, who you calling crazy? You, my Wolfie. I'm calling you crazy. Why? Fight me. Go ahead. I dare you. He said, oh Lord, don't call me Mad Madam Min. Maybe. She's calling you crazy. There you go. Fight in my chat. Fight in my chat. Never. I love my chat. All my mods. I don't know what I'd do without you guys. You literally keep me sane when I'm in here. I used to get so nervous. Sometimes I still get that weird, like, anxiety that something's going to go wrong. I never have anxiety that I'm going to run out of things to say because, well, I've met me. But I'm always like, oh my God, what if the mic doesn't work? What if the internet craps out? Because up here, if the wind blows too hard outside, I lose the internet. I'm like, really? Like, it was fine during rainstorms, it was fine during blizzards, but yet if it's breezy, it's the internet is spotty, it's in and out. I'm like, can we make up my mind? Because I pay a lot of money for internet. Like, I expect a little consistency. Don't make me call Elon. Vicey, good day, honey. Happy Thursday. Miss Shelley, hey, I hope you're doing awesome. And I'll get back to lurking. Okay, I am doing fine. I woke up less than an hour ago, so I'm still kind of catching up with being human, but I'm here. I know you all know that feeling. It takes a while sometimes. You're just like, I'm up, but I don't feel like I'm up. Like, you just kind of wander around going, oh, Things that take you 10 minutes normally take you a half an hour when you're half awake because you start something, then you fuck it up and you got to start it again. And then you go start something else and you got to go back to the thing that you started. That's been my morning so far. And since Ma Dukes went to the doctor today for her second EKG, I'm a little anxious about the moods when they get back, but I'm not going to let it get to me. La 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 la. Mana mana. Do 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 do. Oh, lovely. There's a nice big hornet right outside my window, just hovering and staring at me like I would bite you or sting you if I could. How about I would squash you if I could? So fair's fair. Fair's fair. But yes, you're going back to lurking. We'll enjoy it. Should be a pretty, just very chill stream to listen to. Nothing to see, and hopefully I won't cry. And if I do, meh, the day ends in a Y, so there's a possibility. Shenigram said, I only run out of things to say when I'm not wanting truths to come out of my mouth about others. Other than that, have you met me? I like people who can talk. I do. My ex-husband, see, that goes right into the segue. It's a good segue. Thank you, Sheni. My ex-husband was very quiet. He was not quiet online. He would type like a son of a bitch. I mean, he was fast and he had an answer for everything. And then face to face, it was like a completely different person. And so when I met my ex-husband, I had just gotten a computer for the first time. This was year 1999. No, I got my computer in 99, yes. And I met him on Elvis's birthday, January 8th, 2000. It was right after the whole Y2K nothing burger. I met him in an AOL chat room for vampires. I shit you not. Because everybody used to do like the online role play and stuff like that. So that's what we did. And I was Kindred Lady. Because of course I was. I used to love the show Kindred, The Embraced. It only went for one season because the main dude passed away. He was in a motorcycle accident. Do you know, I come to find out his son is the head knight on not Game of Thrones, on House of the Dragon. The Sir Crispin or Crispy or whatever the hell his name is. But I was watching it with Winnie, and I'm watching the thing, and I was like, his face is so familiar. Who is that dude? I know that, like, he's got a very, very specific nose. This is not something that's like your average nose. And I'm looking at him going, because I look at bone structure and stuff like that. And I'm looking at like his brow line. I'm looking at his eyes, and I'm looking at his nose. And I was like, I know that configuration right there. Like, I've seen that. Where have I seen that? And then he made a face when he like was being a smartass or something. And then he switched to like being super, super serious. And his eyebrows came down in like a scowl. And I went, oh, I know who that looks like. And I went and I looked him up on the internet, and I was like, oh my God, that's his son. And I was so blown away. And I was like, why did you make him the character I hate? Like, because I loved the dad. I thought he was an amazing actor. I thought he was great in the role he was in. And I'm watching it and I'm going, but aw, like it would have been so nice if he was somebody that I liked. And the biggest thing to ever roll out. And it's funny because his father was very popular in like certain circles. Kindred the Embraced was a vampire show that only ran one season. It wasn't super popular when it was out, but then they like re-released it and everything else, and it got this real cult following. And I was part of the cult. But I openly admit that. But I enjoyed the vampire stories, the different characteristics that went to the different groups, like the Brujas and the Toreadors. Like there was a music clan, and there was a business clan, there was a banking clan, there was a street gang clan. And they all had to like operate together and work together, and they were all run by this guy, Julian Luna, who was played by the dude that passed away, whose son is now the knight, and I believe he's hand to the king, um, Sir Crispin or whatever the fuck his name is, on House of Dragon. And I was just like, oh my god. But yeah, I used to watch the show, and so they had this. I don't know if you remember the AOL chats. You could search by subject and go into all little chats of people just your interests, kind of like YouTube now. But we do that with videos before getting a video on the internet. It'd take you 3 hours to download a 5-second clip of a fake baby dancing. Like, it was terrible. But we endured. We persevere. Also, real quick, Wolfram, I know I told you I'm scattered. If Wolfram or Heidi, one of you can throw up Full Drinking Half Thinking's link, I would very much appreciate that. Because the only reason I thought of this topic was because I watched this show. They've also been super, super sweet to me. I picked up about 17 subs in the last 2 months just from their community. And that's the biggest jump I've had in probably a year. And they're super sweet over there. They're very honest. And I just want to give them as much support as I can. So if you can, I really appreciate that. Thank you. I see it. I see it. I seen it. I seen it. Hey, Bobby, how you doing? I see you sneaking in there. I'll get to you 1 second. Before I forget what I was saying, I'm trying to stay up to date in chat. We know that's not going to happen for long. Snipperoni said, I haven't noticed much dead air on your stream, Shenny. No. No, Shenny and I don't like dead air. Silence is not golden to us. Silence is bad. Because when there's silence, you don't know what's going to happen next. So the best thing to do is fill that silence with just anything. Anything. And if you can get your thoughts out at the same time, then great. And Shane's like, I'm on point today. There you go. There you go. Yeah. Heidi said, yes, Shenny, we've met you and we like it. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. So Bobby said, hey, y'all, rampage in the garage. Nice. You cleaning it out? It seems about that time. Shenny said, yeah, I already thought I'd you this morning. Sent my love and hugs your way. You left the thing out. Bobby said, what the fuck? You talking about Vampire the Masquerade? Yep. The Embrace. That's what they call them. They called it an embrace. Bruja and Malkavians for the way. See, I'm very much I would have been either a Toreador or oh god, it's too early for me to think of it. Yeah, pretty sure you're referencing a show based on on Vampire the Masquerade. Yeah, that's what it was. Because it started as like a game, didn't it? I never played the game. I saw it on TV and I just liked it. I just used to like watching vampire stuff. Still that tornado warning last night was for Central Ohio. Nothing touched down here. I'm glad to hear that, Heidi. I am glad to hear that. I'm glad you guys are safe. And Wolfram's here, so he didn't lose power, so he's safe. So that makes me happy. Yeah, I'm referencing the Masquerade. You're not wrong. I get worried when there's silence on Shenny's stream. You should absolutely. If there's silence on Shenny's stream or on mine, something happened. Always, there's something's wrong. Vicey said that's why I got background music on my stream so that I can hum to. There you go. You see, I don't hum to stuff. I always wind up just singing the whole damn song, and then it's stuck in my head all day. Laz, how you doing? What's up, honey bunny? Hope you're doing well. Hope your little ones are doing well as well. It was a tabletop game. Yeah, like kind of like D&D. Yeah, with vampires and werewolves. Yeah, I didn't play that. I knew about it at the time. There was like books about it and stuff like that. But no, I I liked the show. It was a good show. I mean, the acting for some people was a little meh, but it was different. There wasn't anything on like that yet. Buffy wasn't a thing yet. I mean, so that was like the first kind of like vampire thing that came out like regular after Dark Shadows. I used to love me some Dark Shadows. Wolfram said lost power last night for a couple of hours. Oh no. I'm in the office today. I hope everything's okay though. No damage. Just you should get your power back, right? I hope so. I'm hoping for you, honey. Hoping for you. Bobby said now they sparkle. Dude, what they did to vampires over the last 30 years breaks my heart. Because you're supposed to be afraid of vampires. You're supposed to be like, they're not cool. They're not a great thing to be. I like watching shows about them, but at least you took them like a little like serious compared to like the myth and lore that follow them. Now they fucking sparkle. Get out of my face with that. I hate the Twilight series. You have no idea. I watched it. I watched them all. I read the books. And as soon as I was reading the books and he stepped into that sunlight and she was like, he sparkled like a diamond. I was like, what is this bullshit? I was like, what? First of all, why is he so wimpy? He's a vampire. He's going to live forever. He's got super speed, super sight, super smell, super strength, super everything. And he's just like, oh, like, I feel guilty. Oh, shut up, Angel wannabe. Stop it. The only reason Angel felt guilty in Angel the Vampire series or in Buffy was because they slapped a soul on him that went with guilt. The gypsies did a curse to curse him with the soul because apparently their vampires lose their soul when they cross over. But they gave him a guilty soul. So, like, he had to repent all the time. That was his curse. And if he felt a moment of happiness, the curse was lifted, his soul flew away, and he was back to being a badass. To me, that there's a flaw in your logic, but it makes good TV. But all right. The new Nosferatu was good. Was it? Because I've been debating. See, I want to see it, but I don't know if it's going to be worth it. The last vampire movie I watched was like really disappointing. And it was just like, man, come on. Wolfie said, no damage, got power back at bedtime. Of course you did. Did it scare the hell out of you? Were you like laying down and everything turned back on? Because that's what always happens to me. It's like at the worst possible moment. It's like, boop. Oh, there you go. It's like, the TV is super loud. The radio's on. All the lights going. Scares the shit out of you. Wait, I lost my place. I'm trying to do like multiple things at once. It's not working out for me. Yeah, now they sparkle. I earwormed. Welcome back. Don't do that again, girl. So Shenny sent me. We're gonna squirrel hard today, guys. So just grab your ADD or ADHD seatbelts and hang the fuck on because we're going all over the place. I am going to squirrel like a freaking kid scribbling on your wall. Like it's just I'm going everywhere. She said I earwormed welcome back Cotter very easily yesterday. So don't give T3 earworm views. She sent me an invite. And Suzanne, I got your invite to your server. I'm gonna click on that. I just didn't have the wherewithal this morning to really open my eyes and look at Discord. But I saw the notification on my phone. So I promise I will get to that. Thank you very much for that. But Shani sent me an invite yesterday early. And I went back into her server because the whole bullshit with the whoever the hell hacked my account. I'm all password changed and everything, so I should be good. So now I'm not afraid to go back to servers. But she sent me a little clip of Welcome Back, like the theme from Welcome Back, Cotter. All night long. I'm sitting here, Winning and I are watching Star Wars, and I'm like, welcome back to the place that you've been. Yeah, like it's just like, oh, come on. So my brain kept going, I can't think of the words now. Ain't that a bitch? Oh my God. How's it go? Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. Place that you've been. Oh, how does it go? God damn, now I gotta look it up. Son of a bitch. Because otherwise it'll stay in my head all day long. Welcome back. Cotter lyrics. Welcome back. Your dreams were your ticket out. Welcome back to the same old place that you. That's right. Welcome back. Your dreams were your ticket out. Welcome back to that same old place that you laughed about. That was off key. I don't give a fuck. Kiss my ass. Um, yeah, the names have all changed since you hung around, and those dreams have remained. And you turned around. Who'd have thought they'd lead you? Who'd have thought they'd lead you back where we need you? Back where we need you. There you go. Yeah, we tease them a lot because we got them on the spot. Welcome back. That was terrible. My voice is terrible today. It's fine. But yeah, no, so at least now it won't be in my head. Yay! Okay, you're welcome. Ah, all right. My C4 is kicking in, so the energy should ramp up. I just remembered I didn't have any caffeine at all yesterday, so I really no wonder why I slept so freaking deep. I slept 45 minutes past my last alarm. I had 3 of them set, and in my sleep I managed to turn them off while still having the computer mouse in my hand. That takes talent. I fell asleep with them in my hand, and I woke up with the mouse in my hand. So the last Nosferatu was good. Awesome, awesome. Shenny said, we've been watching Vampire Diaries in my Discord. You're in the final season now. Oh, you want to talk about attraction, girl? Damon was it for me. See, I always go. The first thing that attracts me about a person is usually their swagger. Sometimes it's overt, sometimes it's just very subdued and subtle, but I can always see it. I like attitude. I do. I like when somebody's confident and they got a little bit of an attitude. They're not gonna sit around and ooh, like be fucking simp. I like somebody I can't intimidate. I do, because I happen to be a little bit intimidating. Apparently, so they say. That's the rumor. I don't know. I believe it or not. I don't know what to tell you, but I do know I'm a handful. I in the past, the common thread from all the men and women that I've known in my life is that, oh my God, Shell, you're a little hard to handle, because they all try to control me in a weird way. Like they try like this weird sneaky kind of manipulation where they try to get me to do what they want me to do or act the way they want me to act. And I used to tell them all the time, like, but if you don't like that I do something, tell me you don't like it. If I give a shit about you, I'm not going to do it anymore. Or I'm at least going to do my best to not do it. But if you're sneaky and you try to guilt me into it, or you try to bring up somebody who does that and go, oh, I hate when this person, sometimes you do that. No, that's you being a coward. Like, tell me to my face, I don't like when you do this. And then tell me why. Because you could not like it all you want, kiss all of my ass. But if it bothers you, like if it triggers you or whatever, tell me why it doesn't bother. Tell me why it bothers you. And then I'm going to take that into consideration, because I tend to be more considerate of other people's feelings. You wouldn't guess it, but I am. And I still wind up like this. But they were too chicken shit to just come right out and say it. Like if somebody's cracking their gum, like I'm like, I swear to God, the one thing I can't stand is when you do that gum shit. Like, please do it wherever you want, just not around me. Because it literally is like nails down a chalkboard for me. So just, unless you want me to sit here and be really cranky, just stop cracking the gum. It's when they do that with the multiple bubbles thing that, whoa. I don't care if you're going to blow a big bubble and then, pop it. That's fine. Whatever. Everybody does that. I do that. But when they sit there and they crackle the gum. Like, Rachel did that in the car for an hour and a half after I told her, you're making me crazy. She did it extra. I said, you really don't want your fucking teeth, do you? And she was like, "What are you gonna do? Hit me?" I said, "I'm gonna knock your teeth down your throat if you keep fucking doing it." And she was like, "All right." And the gum went out the window because she looked at me and was like, "Oh, this bitch is serious. Like, girl, you have danced on my last nerve with that shit. Stop it." Like, I'm very like, meh, I don't care about most things, but there's certain things that are like huge pet peeves. And that's something that you do that, and I'm like, "No, gotta go." Oh, no, 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 I can't be around you right now because it drives me crazy. Um, I really am squirreling. Holy shit. But yeah, no, Damon. Oh, because Damon's a badass, and he's very emotional, and he feels things very, very deeply. Like he's deeply loyal, deeply loving, but he doesn't show that because he's been hurt so much. And out of everybody, I think he's probably the best one on that show as far as acting, as far as the character traits that he has, and the most relatable. I love me some Damon. Plus, he's got that real serious look and those blue eyes. You know me, I'm a sucker for blue eyes. But yeah, he's my favorite. I can't stand Stefan. I can't. Elena's a little whiny thing. I don't need anybody's help yet. Needs constant rescuing. It's like, bitch, you're worse than Bella. No, I take that back. Nobody's worse than Bella. And having Kristen Stewart play her was, I mean, why don't you just get a cardboard cutout? Because they have about the same range. Like, she's the brunette version of like Amber Heard as an actress. Like, it's terrible. I can't stand Kristen Stewart. And she's always cross eyed. You notice that? She'll be in the middle of this, all of a sudden her eyes cross. Every time she's like, if she's exasperated, her eyes cross. Like, she must have a lazy eye. I don't know. Maybe she like is a lawyer out in Korea. I don't know. No, I'm kidding, Andrew. Kidding. How do you say glad that you're safe although you lost power last night? Wolfie, absolutely. Bobby said very noir heavy, like the OG. Ooh, I love those. I used to love the old vampire movies. There was one, oh God. It was actually like one of my first, was it called The Entity or I forget? Or The Hunger? Was it called The Hunger? I believe it was Susan Sarandon played a vampire. And it was like a whole lesbian vampire thing. I don't mind the lesbian vampires. But yeah, I remember like all the old vampire flicks. They were so good. Lady Awesome said, "Really? My husband mentioned it, and I wondered if it's worth the watch." That's why I'm glad he brought it up because I need something to watch this weekend. So maybe I'll get to watch that. I will give it a try, and if I don't like it, well, I'll just have to burn Bobby to the ground. No, I'm kidding. Snipperoni said, "When vampires all became gay, I quit caring about them. I blame Tom Cruise." You know, looking back, he wasn't my choice for Lestat, but he wasn't bad. He wasn't bad. He overacted a lot, but I mean, Lestat is very like froofy. Like he's just very dramatic about everything. I actually preferred the other dude that played Lestat in Queen of the Damned. I didn't love that movie. There was a lot more they could have done with that movie. They barely showed any of the backstory, which was super interesting. They didn't even touch on like anything with the twins. Like one twin showed up, but that wasn't how it ended in the damn book. So that whole movie like really upset me because I was like, that's not how the book went. I hate when they drastically change it. And it's like, come on, like, how are you going to get to the other books? You realize this woman's written like dozens of books, at least a dozen just on the vampires alone. I mean, you had Memnoch, you had, just about Lestat, you had Marius, you had what the hell was her name? Pandora. I mean, there were so many vampire stories that were worth, exploring. And she tried to, whoever made that damn movie tried to put them all together in like one little, like 1.5 hour movie. And it sucked, man. And they made it all about the bitch from the Talamasca, and I was like, she was barely like a blip in that damn book. All she was a plot device to show us what was happening in different places and to link everybody together. Oh, it was so irritating. Heidi said, I'm here for the ADHD anytime. Right? Today I seem extremely bad though, because I don't have an outline in front of me. I have nothing. So it's literally wherever my brain takes me, that's where we're going. When vampires all became, yeah. Wolfram, you're in another dimension, one of sight and sound and mind. The signpost up ahead reads, this way back to the stream. I don't know about that, but if you lay out a couple peanuts or something or a piece of chocolate, I'll come back. Like, I'm just saying. We're all food oriented. You could lay out money. Money does me no good. But if you put out a piece of chocolate, I'm like, I could be tempted. I could be tempted. Depends on who makes the chocolate. I could actually go for some really good dark chocolate right now. I could. Password managers are important, right? It takes me so long to go through and change my passwords because who the hell wants to remember them? And then I'll use a new one and I'll have missed it on an account and I'm like trying to put in the new password and they're like, no. And I'm like, oh crap, I never changed this one. I hate it. It's just so much administrative work. It makes me feel like I'm back at my job. Like, no. Shenny said, glad you were safe, Wolf. I know tornadoes went just south of 1776 last night. Yes, I was watching. I was worried about everybody. Again, my family got seriously hit, so I was Ryan Halled up all night. Ryan Hall, y'all. Your family got seriously hit. Are they okay? I hope they're okay. Aw. Barbarino. What? Who? That was what I grew up with. And people wonder why we're such a sarcastic generation. Hey, Barbarino. What are you doing here? Where? You're here with the who? You. Me. I'm cool, man. I'm cool. The sweat hogs. Man, that was a great show. Welcome Back, Cotter was funny as fuck. My I always tell my daughter that she does the oh my god, I'm blanking on names today. I have very, very bad brain fog today. Oh, I didn't take my vitamins yesterday. That could have something to do with it. Or the day before. Damn it. Anyway, um Horseshack, that one, Horseshack. Because when I ask a question, she's the first one. She's like, oh, and I'm like, all right. I'm like, all right, Horseshack. Go ahead. Oh, Mr. Cocktail, Mr. Cocktail. And then you got Juan, the Puerto Rican, the only Puerto Rican on the show. You got, what was his name? Washington was the black guy. Juan was the Puerto Rican. Barbarino was the Italian. Horseshack was the Jew. And I don't know what the hell Cotter was. I know Gabe Kaplan is Jewish, but I don't know what the hell Cotter was supposed to be. And then you have the little freaking principal who's a wet blanket on everything. I don't even remember the girls in that. You know, that's weird. I know there were girls. I don't think they're very important, though. Do any of you remember the girls on Welcome Back, Cotter? I don't. I can't think of a single one. I remember the girls on Bosom Buddies because Donna Dixon, holy crap, she was gorgeous. And she married Dan Aykroyd, so he must have a huge third leg. But because I don't find him attractive, he's pasty. It's not that he's ugly; he's pasty. Like I don't know. There's just something about him that makes me feel weird. But yeah, no, Donna Dixon was hot. But yeah, on Welcome Back, Cotter, I don't remember the girls. I know there were some. I remember his wife. I kind of always mix up his wife on Welcome Back, Cotter with the chick that was on WKRP in Cincinnati because they all looked the same. Most of them were tall, skinny, mousy blonde hair down to their waist, glasses and a "oh honey" kind of attitude. It was just they were all the same. They were very cookie cutter. Like there was no substance to them at all because it was usually about the dudes. All those shows, the men were usually the main characters. The only show I could really think of where the woman was like the be all end all was Maud. And I mean, B. Arthur was B. Arthur. Like she, I tend to think she was very much like all the characters she played because she always played the same character. A big mouth. A big mouth. I'm a woman and woman power and blah, 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 blah. Okay, lady, calm down. My favorite part of Maud was she was like, no man will ever control me. And her husband was very, very wimpy. Like not wimpy. He just let her do whatever the hell she wanted to do because I guess he didn't want to hear the backlash. And then he always had a breaking point. But he was like a doormat. Like you knew you could get over him. You weren't going to be afraid of him. And she stood about a foot taller than him. And he would get so mad. He'd go, Maud, sit down. And she'd sit like real quick. And she'd go, wait, why did I sit? I didn't want to do that. And he'd be, you stay there. And she was, all right. But it was like, dude, when it mattered, crack that whip. And she listened. And I've done that. Like, somebody barks an order and it depends on who it is. Like, usually you bark an order at me and I just look at you like, really? You don't like living? Like, okay. But there are certain people who could do something and I'd respond right away. And I'm like, why did I do that? I didn't want to do that. That wasn't, I had different plans, damn it. But no, I get circumvented. Let me know if you guys can't like hear me well or whatever because my mic has been weird. And yesterday, right before bed, my headset decided to go. So I had to order a new one. I'll get that tomorrow, unfortunately, because it was so late. But yeah, it just fucking stopped working. It won't charge. It won't turn on anymore. Nothing. I was like, man, I barely used you for like a year. I mean, it's a $30 headset, but still, it's a $30 headset. That's $30 now I got to spend again. It irritated me, but I was like, well, better now than during a stream. Exactly, Snipe. I just had to give her those thoughts. That's all right. That's all right. That led me, like, thinking about Welcome Back Kotter led me down the old, like, 1970s road. Because you figure that was around what, like, 75, 76, 77, around there. And y'all remember Sha-Na-Na? Anybody who doesn't know who Sha-Na-Na is, if you've seen the movie Grease, they are the band that played at the hop, at the big dance. And my favorite was, I believe his name was Bowser. I haven't thought about this in many, many years. But it was the dude that used to like pump his fist out to the side, like to show his non-muscles, and then pump it in. Like he would out, then in, like punch out, punch in, punch out, punch in. He was my favorite. He was. And it was, he's this big, tall, goofy. He was ugly. But it didn't matter. He's the one, he amused me. Sorry, I had a little bit of a coughing fit there. But yeah, I enjoyed him. But Sha-Na-Na, they used to have a TV show. We had all the variety shows. Like that was the mid 70s. I guess they had nothing else to put on. That was all I watched. Like I watched Captain and Tennille, Sonny and Cher, Donnie and Marie, because of course they had their own show. I had the Donnie and Marie Barbie dolls, and I had a Cher Barbie doll. The Gong Show. Who remembers the Gong Show? Oh my God, I love that show. Hollywood Squares was a big thing back then. It wasn't a variety show, but the jokes that they said on that were way over my head. That now I look back, I'm like, wow, that was dirty. Like that was really, really dirty. But they were so funny. We used to have fun TV shows. There was always inside jokes. You had Carol Burnett, all sorts of stuff. I'm trying to think of what else. I know y'all can think of something. I'll get to that portion in a minute. I'm already 15 minutes behind. Some bitch. Bobby said my quote unquote confidence is just anger. Dude, fake it till you make it, okay? That's my saying. I don't give a fuck. Like, as long as I appear confident, I am confident. I don't need to see, I don't need anybody else to see me shaking inside. Uh, and that works. I mean, if you just walk in like, okay, this room belongs to me, people will pick up on the fact, oh, this room belongs to her. Like, okay. Shani said Damon is short but awesomely yummy. He's not short. Stefan wouldn't get me to look. No, yeah, just and the thing is, like, Winning and I were watching Star Trek, and the dude that plays Stefan plays a young Captain Kirk. And as soon as I saw him, I said, "Oh, for fuck's sake!" I was like, "This one." I was like, but it's a theme because I don't really like William Shatner, but yet I like Kirk. I don't really like Paul Wesley, and yet I like him as a young Captain Kirk. So it kind of goes with the theme. Like, it's other people like him as an actor. I don't, but I do like the way he portrays the character. Same thing with William Shatner. I think William Shatner most of the time is a dick, but Captain Kirk does. He's the dude, man. He is the dude. Now that I'm not so anti Star Trek, because I grew up, you had to either love like Star Trek or Star Wars, and I was pure Star Wars. Now, because they've messed with Star Wars so much, I don't feel like I have to be, like pigeonholed to just one thing. So Winning did a very good job of, hey, we're gonna watch Star Trek. I was like, why? Like, I don't wanna. He was like, come on, just. And I watched one. I was like, all right, one more. All right, one more. One more, one more, one more. That turned into literally a month of, okay, yeah, no, we're gonna watch the backstories. It's fine. I have summary videos. I'll get you. Because I was like, wait, who's that? Why? Why are they doing that? What was that joke? I didn't get that. He was like, so he's doing with he did with the Star Trek what he did with wrestling. He really just gave me like a crash course and was like, all right, as you have questions, ask them and I'll answer them. I was like, oh, okay. Because I can answer most of your questions about Star Wars. Like, I have so many different like theories and everything on different Star Wars plots and whatever. But Star Trek, I knew nothing except it wasn't Star Wars. Like, that was, if you ask me, what do you think of Star Trek? It's not Star Wars. Like, that was it. There was a hard line right there for me. Like, you either were on one side or the other. Now I love them both. So that's fine. Look at me. Aren't you proud? Expanding my horizons. Heidi Bobby, possibly. It's just chicken shit. Yeah, it is chicken shit. Bobby, honey, you have kindness. You know what you know, and don't push it on others until they push your pissed off button. Even they spelled that wrong. Your pissed off button. I am pissed off. I kind of like that. Maybe I'll use that from now on. When they'll know you know your, then they'll know you know your shit. There you go. I used to pop my gum between my teeth like that. It was part of my attitude coming out. Yes, that's everybody's way of going, look at me. I want to be annoying. I want to be annoying. That's what that tells me. I have no problem popping gum. It's the crackle that, like, it's like constant bubble wrap being popped, but like all at once. Bobby's like, I'm more like, would you knock that shit off? I will knock you the fuck out. Like, if I ask you to stop something once, you get once, twice, third time, you're going to physically feel me tell you to cut the shit out because now words are not, they're not working. Your squirrels are playing with mine, so it works. There you go. Wait, Enzo. Enzo was kind of hot, but he was a dick. Let's face it. Like, for most of Vampire Diaries, he played a dick. He annoyed me because it was like, really? Do you have to do like this stereotypical Italian? Really? Just lean into that shit, huh? All right. Bobby said, well, Shenny, I give everybody a chance to figure shit out for themselves before I gotta lay it out in a very brutally honest way why I'm ticked. There you go. There you go. I always say I give you enough rope to hang yourself with. But go ahead. I am 49% bitch, 51% sweetheart. Don't fucking push it. Cause that pendulum can swing in the other direction, real quick. You got like a very small margin of error. Last said I've always had a fondness for someone who tells it as it is. Some may call them assholes. I mean, there's nothing wrong with being an asshole. Assholes have functions. Everybody has an asshole, everybody's works. So, and you would never be able to live without it because then you'd just be full of shit all the time. I like to think I'm like a good dick that can hold his own. All right, Les. She said, I like to I thought I read that wrong. I like to think I like a good dick that can hold his own. There you go. Well, let me tell you something. If it's a good dick that goes with that attitude, oh, you found a jackpot, man. Cha-ching. That's perfect. Ah, the swagger, and you can, throw down. Hey. Bobby said, I don't burn easy. I cover myself in mustard. Ooh, there's a visual. Just so you know, I visualize everything as I read it or say it. Oh, thank you. Gouldens or Frenches? Or do you like Repulsion? Gen Xers will get that joke. Shenny said that's the kindness. People mistake your kindness of not jumping in there right off. And it's not that you don't know, it's that your confidence doesn't need advertising. It's true. And the best thing you could do to figure out other people is to just let them talk, let them ramble. I love when I meet somebody and they're the aficionado on everything, right? And I'm just like, I'm just gonna sit here and be quiet. And they're like, yeah, this and that and that. My mother's husband does that. But it's like, this is, they're spouting what they believe are facts and they're trying to sound all like knowledgeable and everything. And I'm just sitting there nodding, go, oh, you don't say. And it's usually something that I'll like really know something about. Like somebody was telling me about child development one day. Mind you, this young person did not have any children of their own. They were not in the education field and their job had nothing to do with kids, but they're going to educate me about child development and autism and stuff like that. And mind you, I've worked with special ed since 2006. So it's a long time. And they're, and this and this and this. And I'm like, They were like, just to let you know. I was like, yeah. I was like, everything you said is wrong. They were like, what? I was like, I sat here, I gave you a chance, but I don't know what you're reading, but you need to go find some actual like medical textbooks or whatever. Go back and like read a psychological book, read anything, like do a case study, read case studies, watch case studies. You could do that. Like, nothing. Well, how would you know? I have a double degree in it. That's one. And two, I have 2 special needs kids. And 3, I've worked in special needs for almost 20 years with the most extreme autistic kids. So go ahead, tell me again about child behavior. That's like somebody with no kids, like telling you how to raise yours. Like, I'm sorry, you were what, born with special knowledge? Do you work with children? No, then shut the fuck up. Like, you have no kids, you don't work with kids, you know nothing about kids. Don't give me advice because I will turn around and make you feel real stupid real quick. And I will not be nice about it. Like, I just won't. I'm very temperamental when it comes to the kid subject. Like, I hate when people are full of advice and it's just like, really? How'd your kids turn out? Oh, you don't have any. Oh, but you're going to give me advice. Okay. It's like somebody who's never been burned trying to tell you what heat feels like. Like, oh, fire feels like this. Have you felt it? No, but I've been told. Oh, so it's all hearsay. So it's bullshit. Okay. Good to know. Good to know. Thanks for catching me up. I'm hoping, what time is it? It's 1:00. Hopefully my mother's still at the thing. Hopefully it goes well and they come back in a good mood. I am so tense right now. That's why I'm all over the place. I am so nervous about the moods that they're going to be in when they come back. Like it's terrible. Wolfram said a vamp movie called Jaws would be a good idea. It probably would. Can you imagine? Oh, what? They haven't made a vampire in the water kind of movie yet. I mean, that would be an ideal place for vampires to, like, go hunting, like hide underwater. The sun doesn't go well. I mean, you're in there at night. Just get all the people at the beach. Could you imagine if they had a vampire instead of that big shark in Jaws? Like replace it. That would be funny. Dun 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 dun. Like from the black couch. Hey, how you doing? Popping in to show some love. I know I'm behind. How you doing, baby? Good to see you. Good to see you. See, Trin inspired today's theme. I'm not exactly sticking to it, but I kind of am. I wasn't going to get all specific, like all technical and attraction and repulsion and stuff like that. I just want to know what people like. So we're just talking about things we like in other people. Confidence is a huge turn on. It is. I do like a cocky man. I do. I like sarcasm. I like somebody who can have a really dark sense of humor. Um, I like somebody who doesn't take everything so seriously, but not a goofball. Like I want them to appear serious to the world so the world takes them seriously, but I know that there's a goofball underneath. Like, because that's the way I am. Most of the time I'm very like people think I'm so serious, and then I wind up like, dancing on top of them, and they're just like, "What the hell?" I'm like, "I just want you to smile. Just watch." And I bounce in front of them, and be like, "See, booby bounce. Oh, look, you're happy." Because I'm a goofball. That's what I do. I just like the skin tight bodysuit. Oh, from Underworld, I skipped one. Vicey said I liked Underworld vampires versus werewolves. I mean, Kate Beckinsale. Who doesn't love Kate Beckinsale? She's got that girl next door kind of quality, and then in the Underworld, all she does is kick ass, and you're like, I love that. Like she could be the girl next door that kicks ass. She was vulnerable, but yet a badass. I liked her, and God, she looked good in that suit, didn't she? Oh, for the love of God! I think every movie the thing got tighter. I was like, I didn't realize it could get tighter. When she does that leap in the first one, and she cuts Victor like in half with his own sword, and she lands, like that was number one. That was like the most gorgeous part of the movie. Like the cinematography for that was amazing. And then like he's standing there like, what the hell just happened? Then you just watch half his body just slide. I was like, oh, I was like, oh my God, that was so good. It was so good. See, I love that kind of shit. I love those movies. I'm not your typical girl when it comes to movies. I don't like rom-coms. I don't like chick flicks. I do love musicals, but it's got to be a good musical. I don't go to musicals just to go to musicals, but I was raised a Broadway girl. So, yeah. I like the more serious ones too. Bobby said you just like the skin tight bodysuit. Absolutely. Who the fuck didn't? God. You could see her pulse in those damn suits. It was amazing. Heidi said, just tell it straight. Open convo is key for me. Yes. No passive aggressive chicken shit pot stirring. Yep. Anybody who stirs the pot should have to lick the spoon. I swear. Because I'm so sick of people stirring shit up for no reason. Don't play grade school games, but I will use my passive aggressive snark to get my point across if needed. Yeah, you don't be passive aggressive, but I'm going to use it to the best of my ability sometimes. Just beware. But at least you warn them in the beginning, like to start out. Like if I get passive aggressive, it's not my fault. It means you fucked up. I taunt women with my micro all the time. Bobby, you always say you're micro. It's like, really? Ever since the very first time I ever saw you, and this is going back, You've always talked about, oh, my micro. It's so little. I'm like, you freaking dude probably has a kickstand. Stop it. Shenny said the girls on Cotter were just tools. It was more about the boys' friendships and the dates Barbarino tried getting with. Listen, we'll get into Barbarino and Fonzie in a minute because I have th- there are observations that I made later in life that I did not have when I was younger. Um, Lady said you sound good. Oh, good. My mic is good. Thank you very much. I appreciate the feedback. Actually, I appreciate the lack of microphone feedback. Yesterday, I was talking to T Rex, and it was just all like static and roboting the whole time. And I was like, oh my god, it was like trying to piece together a word puzzle. But I was glad I got to talk to him because we haven't like hung out in a couple, like probably like 2 weeks. Um, B. Arthur Maud was serious Democrat. Oh yeah, she pushed their agenda like crazy. I mean, who'd she try to vote for? Was it McGovern? No, she wasn't from. Was she from McGovern during the during the show? She actually made her show political because she put in it that she was campaigning as as Maud for one of the candidates, or was it Humphrey? She might have been down for Humphrey. I don't know, but she was campaigning for somebody and they lost, and I was like, good. And I wasn't even like a Republican then. I'm not now. I'm independent. I'm a conservative. There's difference. Um, Winning should look at the old TV shows and how the messages were coming across in the TV back in the day. That's actually a really good idea, Shin. I wonder if he'll be up for that. I would love to do a show with him about that. That would be awesome to get one of the old to get like old episodes and play 'em. We'd have to do it on Rumble because of copyright because YouTube sucks. But that's actually a really good idea. Thank you. I'm gonna talk to him about that. Shanana, yes, Bowser. There you go, Bowser. He just amused the shit out of me. He really did. I still have the album of Shanana. I don't have that. I have a couple Donnie and Marie. Not gonna lie. I wish I could lie, but no, I do have a couple Donnie and Marie albums. I remember when they used to bring out the whole family because we didn't know shit about Mormons. We were just like, Mormons have big families. That was all I knew. I was like, why are there so many kids? Like they were all like a year apart. Boom, 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 boom. Who was the littlest one? Was the littlest one Bobby? Or am I thinking Brady Bunch? The 70s kind of blur together. I mean, granted, I was only like between, like the oldest I was at any point in the 70s was 7. So I can't remember though. What was the youngest one? Man, now it's gonna drive me nuts. I'll look that up later. Two of the guys asked me on dates. Stop it. Did you really? Bowser asked you on a date? Look at Shenny. It really don't surprise me. I wish I could say it surprises me. It delights me, but it doesn't surprise me. Still, that'd be an interesting segment. And wow, yep, absolutely. Variety shows were awesome back in the day. We need more of them with just the fun. Yes, I'm tired of this reality crap. Like, bring back the jokes that are actually funny. You know, like, bring back the sexual innuendo, not the overt sexual vulgarity. The innuendo was a lot funnier than just blanket, like blatant statements about sex. It was just like your imagination made it so much funnier, especially if you were the only one in like a group that got the joke. That made it even funnier because then you could bring it up and confuse people all the time. Seeing Bowser in other roles was like seeing Fonzie and other things blew my mind. Yes, it never fit. It was like I'd see him and he was in I believe, I could be wrong. Wasn't he in the Lords of Flatbush with Sylvester Stallone and Henry Winkler? I think Henry Winkler was in that one. But I don't remember if Bowser was in that one or if he was in. If I'm thinking of something else. Lords of Flatbush was a good movie for the time. We didn't have a whole lot of stuff like that. I enjoyed the crap out of the Gong Show. Oh yeah, I guess that gave away to American Idol. Yeah, but like you remember when Klinger was on the Gong Show all the time? He was hilarious. And then you had the dude that was like, if you took Klinger and Gabe Kaplan and they had a child, you'd get the host of that show. I don't remember what his name was, but he had that big white boy afro and that giant mustache. Like the mustache took up half his face. He had real dark hair. He was kind of short. I always think of him as being fat, but technically I don't think he really was fat. I think he was just stocky and short. But yeah, the Gong Show was awesome. I used to love Laughing. Oh my god, now that was pure lefty. That was a completely liberal show. Like they hated anything conservative, anything Republican. They made fun of Nixon all the freaking time. And Nixon even did a spot on that when he was like, "Sock it to me," like because they were like, "Sock it to me," and somebody would dump water on them or whatever. That Nickelodeon show, you can't do that on television. They stole that bit. Whenever you said, "I don't know," they dump green slime on you, like Laughing. If you said, "Sock it to me," they hit you with water. It was great, but they stole that. Um, you know, I guess mimicry is the most sincere form of flattery, they say. Last said, I remember the Donnie and Marie show in the late 90s. In the late 90s, oh my God, girl, in the early 70s, they were so popular. And oh my God, my brand colors are the colors she used to wear. The light purple with the kind of hot pink and a pastel pink. I didn't even realize that I picked that. Wow. I want to talk about subliminal freaking memories. Oh my God. Bobby said, fake it. I don't care if I appear confident. I'm just pissed off. There you go. Snipperoonie, the Dean Martin roast. I still watch them when I really need a good laugh. I like pulling up the Frank Sinatra one because it's long and it's hilarious. Ruth Buzzy. Dear God, when she plays the old lady like with the hairnet on and she hits you with her pocketbook, she was hilarious. You remember my boyfriend back there, Vinny Rigoso. It was, she was just so, she beat the shit out of Frank Sinatra right on TV. I was like, oh my God. But yeah, no. Even Muhammad Ali, he was freaking funny. Um he did a whole skit with the dude that was on the Jeffersons. I can't remember his name. The one that played George Jefferson. And George Jefferson was like, "You want to take it in the alley, alley?" And he got up on a chair. He was like, "You lucky I don't like the sight of blood." He was like, "Yeah, especially your own blood." Or Freddie Prinze, because he was friends with Muhammad Ali, and he was like, "Yeah, Muhammad would call me up with these ideas late at night." He called me up one night. He goes, "How about we make a brand of laundry detergent? We can call it Spick and Shine." You could say shit like that back then, and it was funny because people had a sense of humor. They weren't, "Oh my God, my feelings. You put down the Puerto Ricans, you called them spicks." Like it was a joke. It wasn't derogatory. You realize that it was a Spanish person saying the joke. It's okay. Like just nobody got hurt. Oh, you got offended, but did you die? Like, I mean, why would we care if you're offended? Nobody cared if you were offended. If you were offended, toughen up. Like, get a sense of humor. Now we're all, oh, do you need counseling? Here's a Xanax. Go on Zoloft. Like, I can't. I can't. I can't deal with the feelings all the time. I just can't. I have all the feelings, but I still have a sense of humor. If you offend me, I get mad. I'll say you fucking offended me, but instead of like being, oh, you offended me, I'll just offend you back. Fair's fair. You lob one at me, I'm going to hit that one right back to you. But yeah, I love the Dean Martin roasts. Don Rickles is literally my absolute favorite comedian on the planet. Dead or alive, it doesn't matter. I feel like that's my spirit animal because I tend to, when I really start telling jokes, like that's how I do it. I just start cracking on people. That's what we used to call it for anybody too young who's listening. We used to call it cracking on people or dissing people. Like, oh man, why you diss me like that? Like, come on. Um, Now they're like, oh, they're mocking you. No, we're joking. Jesus. Like, look at my friend group. Does it look like I'm friggin' racist? Like, come on now. The whole reason I can say all that stuff that y'all are calling racist or offensive or whatever is because they get the jokes. They think it's funny. You don't. You're not even the one that the joke is directed at. So I don't know why you're even putting your 2 cents in. Like, go back to the peanut gallery where you belong. And I know y'all remember that. We used to tell people, oh, look, the peanut gallery has to put their 2 cents in. Because you knew it was none of your business, but you had to open your freaking mouth. Like, nobody asked for your opinion. Well, I needed to say everybody's got opinions and everybody's got assholes, and both usually stink. So, like, whatever. At least from those people. Shinny said, I'm with you, Snipperoonie. Seeing Bowser and other things is a big knot. Yeah, it was. That drove me crazy. Severe thunderstorms and gather. Great. Headed your way today. Awesome. Thank you, weather app, for telling me. The other day it told me nothing but sunshine. I looked out the window, it was pouring. I was like, got that one wrong. No precipitation expected for the next hour. Meanwhile, it was just pouring. I was like, okay. You were preemptive and read T3's mind. Yep, sure did. I said my squirrels were playing with hers. I'm totally the passenger in the car she's driving, girl. And I'm heavy footed. I'm a speed demon. It's a problem. Though it's not a problem for getting tickets. I only ever got one ticket in my life when I first got my license. Because that son of a bitch was at the bottom of a hill. It was icy out, and I was going literally 10 miles over the speed limit because I didn't know how to drive down an icy hill yet without, like, slamming on my brakes at the bottom. I didn't know, like, I'll hold on to the brake a little bit for a while. So I sped up, and he jumped out, and the fucker gave me a ticket. That was the only ticket I ever got. After that, I was just like, I made sure I wore, button-down shirts when I was driving somewhere. Because boobs got me out of a ton of tickets. Let me tell you, a ton of tickets. Even with the female, they're like, oh, what if it's a female? Girl, if I run across a female trooper, my boobs are going to work double. Are you kidding me? You think she's not interested? Shut up. Like, it's rare that I meet a straight female trooper. It's not going to happen. Like, boobs are just their your get out of jail free card, literally. They don't have to be spectacular because, I mean, those were pre-babies. So they were, small, but they were there. As long as you could see, like, some kind of cleavage, I got out of those tickets real quick. Even that one cop that pulled me over said, do you know how fast you're going? I was like, no. He goes, you were going over 100. I was like, oh my God, was I really? My speedometer only goes up to 90. I didn't know I could go that fast. He looked at me like I was just, what? Like, he just stopped. He froze. He looked at me. He kind of tilted his head like a dog that goes, and I was just like, what? And he was like, go. Slow down. Just go. Right now. Pull away. Just go. I was like, okay, thank you. Because he couldn't believe it. I was like, oh my, I was super excited. I was like, I didn't know my car could go that fast because my speedometer only went up to, I think it was 95, actually, what it went up to. But he said I was going faster than that. I was like, oh, cool. And he had no answer for that. He walked away from my car shaking his head back and forth like this bitch. I was like, sorry. Thank you. It's great. I love making cops speechless. My friend Christine, she's a state trooper. Making her speechless is like, it's always at the top of my list. I love to shock the shit out of her. It's just so much fun for me. Shenny's enjoying the ride too. Yep. Heidi's enjoying the ride. Nerds like Star Trek, geeks like Star Wars. It's true. I'm a nerd and a geek. I've always said that. I fly both flags very proudly. And I'm a smarty pants. And I'm a sarcastic bitch. So really, I mean, I'm the whole package. And I won't make you sit through friggin' tearjerker chick flick movies because I don't want to fucking see them either. I really don't. I don't like watching fairy tales for the simple fact is that shit don't happen in real life. So why you pumping me up for like disappointment in my future? Fuck you. Fuck Disney. Uh Bobby said my favorite Shatner thing was when he went up to space, came down, tried to say some pretentious shit to Jeff Bezos, and Bezos ignored him and just sprayed champagne on his girlfriend's tits. Wow. If Is that a clip? Is there a clip of that somewhere? Because if there is, somebody DM it to me because I want to see that. What the hell? The popping gum was, look at you. You flipped my switch. It was a warning. Ah, okay. If I heard it, you were lucky and I stepped away. All right, there you go. You can like, but I know that now, but it felt disloyal to like Star Trek if you liked Star Wars. It really did. It felt disloyal. The smacking when chewing drives me batty. My daughter moans when she eats. Like she doesn't realize she's doing it and it drives me crazy. And I'm like, "Could you please stop making that noise?" And she's like, "What noise?" I'm like, "You're eating." All I hear is and I'm like, "What the hell? What is wrong with your digestion? I don't get it." And she's just like, "I'm not doing that." Well, I've read it table. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Well, you don't hear it, but we do. And she's like, all I hear is me chewing. I'm like, yeah, we hear that too. I was like, but I'd rather hear you chewing than hear the moaning as you're like trying to like breathe and chew and everything at the same time. Uh Post off, love it. Yep. Hey, Lefty, what's up? How you doing, dude? I know you're probably gone by now. There's poop on everything. Yep, poop on everything. I get that. Ah, there's poop on my truck. There's poop on my shoe. There's poop on my Excuse me, sir. Do you have any gray poop on? No, I have brown poop on my shoes and the floor. I get it. Last said, I can't with somebody giving advice about being a parent or wants to give lessons on kids and doesn't have any kids themselves. I'm like, it was nice that you thought your opinion mattered, but I can't. I get it. I totally get it. Because I'm like, dude, you can give me all the advice you want. When you have kids, it's a whole different circus. Like, you have no idea. You think you're working with like a certain type of being, and then you're like, I have patience, I have knowledge. No, when you have 3 kids pulling at you, you are covered in pee, puke, poop. You have stuff burning on the stove. You have all the dishes that have to get done. The laundry has to get done. You haven't had a shower in 3 days or slept in 3 days, and they're still ma. You don't have patience. And if you don't have the patience that everybody says, you're supposed to have endless patience for your infinite love for your children. Like, oh, go fuck yourself. That's why God made kids cute so you don't eat them because you look at them and you're just like, and then they do something really cute or they smile and they go, I love you. And you just melt. And you're just like, you get to see another day. Thank God you're cute because otherwise I just, like, yep. There's a rhyme and reason to everything. There's a rhyme and reason to everything. But yeah, that drives me insane. Shani said, I got my laptop out, so now I sub to from at the Black Couch. Oh, they're awesome. Black Couch is awesome. Very supportive, very sweet. Now I need to know who I needed to sub to for the squirrely topic. Just anybody who's here. Lefty said, thanks, Heidi. Doo-doo-doo. Bobby said, vampires can't touch water, though, or cross moving water or holy water. They can't touch water. How do you think they shower? I mean, they got to shower, especially the. Yeah. And the whole vampire thing is to stand out in the rain and stalk your prey. So they have to be able to touch water. Um, the point is, vampires tend to not do well with water. That's the Wicked Witch, not vampires. Come on, what? How many vampire movies have you seen where they're out watching the window, like the bedroom window of their victim to be, and they're out in the rain and the rain's just pouring down. It's got their hair all coming down and whatever. Come on now. I troll the internet. I refuse to be mature. Good. Maturity is overrated. I mean, we could pull that shit out of our back pocket when necessary, but for the most part, Wolfram said Underworld was 1,000% better. Twilight is basically Beverly Hills 90210. You're not wrong. It is 90210 with really worse acting. And I didn't think I could say that about anything based on comparing it to Beverly Hills 90210. That was a horrible show. It really was. It was, it was so melodramatic. It was so teenage angst. It was terrible. At the time, I didn't realize it, but I look back now and I'm like, wow, this was a pointless freaking show. Literally just told us be spoiled. Let's be spoiled, and no parents around. And if the parents were around, they were rich and drinking and didn't care. So it was very Gen X. Bobby said, nah, I gotta strap a laser pointer to it, aim it right. Sadly, the laser pointer is much larger. Oh, stop it. Lefty Loves Game Channel. There you go. Subscribe. Make sure you subscribe to all my peoples. I just realized I'm jealous of spark plugs. You know, I grew up in a gas station, so I get that joke. I do. But stop it. Bobby was a Brady Bunch. Who was the youngest friggin' Donnie? What? No. Donnie was one of the oldest ones. There was a really, really, really young, pudgy one. Wasn't there? Yeah, the youngest was Jimmy. There you go. That's right. That sounds right. Now that you said it. Yeah, he was the young, kind of like pudgy faced one. Bobby said, yes, I'm the littlest one. Quit rubbing it in. I mean, if it's the littlest one, it would be hard to rub it in. It would be hard to find it. But yeah, the youngest was Jimmy. Thank you, Lass, for that. I appreciate that. Because I knew the name was like right, you know, when the name is right there and you could almost taste the word. And it's just not coming. Nope, I was wrong. Jimmy was the youngest. There you go. See, everybody knows it was Jimmy. Randy was the youngest. Jackson. Ah, yeah. Who was the oldest Jackson? I can't remember which one was the oldest. I know Michael was like one of the youngest, but I don't remember who the oldest was. Celeste said Donnie was 67, Marie 65, Jimmy 61. Oh, so he wasn't that much younger. Chuck Berry? What about Chuck Berry? He thought he was going to run Hollywood. He was the one to let it out that indeed there was a power order in Hollywood. And now Ryan Reynolds and his wife want to take over. Wait, what? Because Chuck Berry. Oh, Chuck Barris was the host. He was completely nuts. All right, almost like Greer nuts. He claimed he was a CIA agent. Yeah, he looked to me like if you had like a weird ass magic show going on, he would be the magician. That's what he always struck me as. Gene, the dancing machine. Oh my goodness. Sherman something. Oh my god, my chat is all over the place. Freddie Prinze was fun to watch on things, not just Chico and the Man. Chico and the Man was a good show. I used to watch that. I was heartbroken when Freddie Prinze when he passed away because I was young and I had such a crush on him because he was so funny on Chico and the Man. And just the way he laughed, like he laughed with his entire body, and he was always like smoothing down his mustache. It was really good. It was a pointless show, but that was the point. We worked hard all day. We did everything we had to do during the day. You did all your family stuff, and then you just got this funny, mindless entertainment. Of course, now that I look back, it was, you know, there was like political things like all interspersed throughout them, like, but it wasn't so much in your face. It was like mentioned. They did it real sneaky, like they do, but it was there. It was there. Bobby said, to be fair, gay Venezuelan hairdresser has been cracking me up the last few days. Oh my goodness. You don't even want to see what I say on Rumble. I go 1,000%. I bet. You should stop by one of winning streams, like especially when we do the fun ones, like the, just bullshit ones. We talk a lot of smack on those. Bobby Bologna said, I kind of went through a school zone. I may have been riding dirty. I saw cop headlights go on, and I kind of I could have sworn I was screwed. Got the guy right behind me. Oh, nice. Don't you love that? When you think they're coming after you, and instead it's like the guy in front of you or the guy behind you, just like, oh, thank Christ it wasn't me. Like, thank God it wasn't me. You never feel bad for the guy that got pulled over. You're like, well, if you were like noticed above me, you were really being an asshole because I should have gotten pulled over. You're like, what was he doing that he got picked instead of me? Like, how bad was that? Shani said, girl, I have a lead foot. I have been told by many professional race car drivers that I should be racing. I'm good on roadways, but best off road. More than 100-mile-per-hour ticket has been beat. Holy crap. Yeah, Shani, that really don't surprise me. It really doesn't. I completely, that fits you. It does. I'm the one who we used to leave work. All of us would leave at the same time in Kansas. And there was one strip of road between where I worked and where I lived. And that led to the main highway that took everybody else home. I got off before the highway. And I would literally drag race them like every day going home, especially my friend Greg, because he had this little putt-putt. And once I got my minivan, I was like, let's go. Let's see who can get there faster. And we used to speed through lights, everything. Cops, I did that for a year. Cops never pulled me over, not once. I never got pulled over in Kansas. My ex-husband got pulled over and got arrested, but he's an asshole. But I never, not once. And I used to love to open up when I'd get on those highways because their lanes are super wide. So it wasn't like driving in Jersey where like you have narrow lanes. You got like 4 lanes where there should only be 2. Yes, that's accident central. You have to be really, really careful. Nope. Our lanes were huge. So I just gone. I would be gone. And that minivan really, I don't care what they say. They're like, minivans aren't cool. No, but they're quick as shit. Let me tell you, I used to freaking just touch that gas pedal and that bitch would take off. I loved it. And I was confident because I was higher up. I don't like being in like coffins on wheels. My Aunt Holly had a Fiero. I swear to God, I was like, how do you see the road? You're literally with the car seat like all the way up. You're still laying down. I see the sky. I can't see shit in front of me. I don't know how you're driving this car. And she used to drive with like one leg up on the seat and just with like her pinky on the steering wheel. I'd be like, bitch, I'm 16. I don't want to die. Like, what the fuck? I just want to get to the concert and get the fuck home. My mother has a story like that. Was in her 68 Charger, told the cop there was no way the car went that fast. Because we know our cars. Like, don't lie to me. I know if I hit 95, my engine starts to shake. Like, stop it. There is a clip of it. Oh, somebody find that clip for me and send it to me in Discord, please. Not in general, dear God. Send it. I'm afraid to open anything in Discord now. And I didn't even do it. Shatner just gets snubbed. Oh man, I love it. I want to see that. That's how I beat a plus 100 ticket. Thing is, cop forgot my truck refused to start after I pulled over for it. Best legal work I've ever done. Poor judge was scared to cross me. Yeah. I never had to go before a judge for myself. Never. Like, I've gone before a judge for other people, but for me, no. I have a perfectly clean record. Like, I even have the FBI letter saying that I have a perfect background. There's nothing in my background. And I keep that bitch just in case something ever happens later and they're like, well, back in no, 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 no. You already did my background check and it came back clean. So no, I don't want to hear shit. Like, Castro, because I don't trust the government. Uh, and even back then, I still never trusted the FBI. I grew up not trusting the FBI. That was a very big lesson in my house, in my town, really, because they were all over the place. They would raid you at like 2 o'clock in the morning just for being next door to like an Italian club. I'm scared to have kids. I know me. Little me's is terrifying, right? It's like having little clones of yourself running around that have no self control. They bite and they scratch and they cost you a shit ton of money and can break your heart every day and giggle about it because they know you're just going to keep loving them. It's, yeah, having children is not for the faint of heart. It's worth it, but it is not for somebody who can't. No, like you got to be able to have that warrior bounce back spirit because children will love you and they will break you at the same time and giggle over it and then ask for a cookie. Vampires don't shower. Stop it. They're undead. They smell like rotten eggs. That's how you know they're out there. Listen, I still have my crush on Spike. Okay. Spike's attitude is everything to me. I never had the young girl fantasy about, Angel, like Buffy was Angel and she romanticized that whole shit. I was like, that motherfucker takes shit too serious. Like, I can't. But Spike's the dude that will love you till the end of time, but constantly give you shit and be a complete freak in bed. He was the vampire for me. Like that, like I love me some Spike. He's sarcastic and he's abrasive and he will tell you off and he will mock you and make you feel like an idiot. And it's just, but yet, anytime you need backup, he's right there, right, ready to protect, ready to fight at your side and everything. I love me some Spike. I did. Like on Angel, my favorite episode is when they turn Angel into a puppet. Like a magic spell turns Angel into a puppet. And I was like, this is cute. It's funny. All right, whatever. And then Spike walks in, and that is my favorite freaking episode ever. Because he's like, Angel. And he's like, Spike. And it's Spike. Don't. He's like, you're a bloody puppet. And he was like, yo, look at the wee little puppet man. It was like, it was so funny. And it was just his whole reaction. I love when he makes fun of Angel. I love it. He's like, oh, look at Angel. I'm just a big fluffy puppy with bad teeth. And he's like, because that's what he does. He makes fun of everybody. He cracks me up. I love it. And James Marsters, like in real life, is so not like that. Like he's so, I don't know, just stuffy. It's weird. He's like very not self-confident. Like I just loved the character of Spike. I did. And I refuse to believe he smelled like rotten eggs. He smelled like cigarettes and whiskey and blood. And that's fine. He smelled like every bar in the world. Every biker bar at least. I'm talking about 70s and movies some women like. Last year I watched that movie about the dating game serial killer. What movie? What dating game serial killer? I didn't see that. Was it good? I love serial killer movies. I do. Like my happy place is to watch true crime cold case files. Like, oh, and the more gruesome, the better. Like, I'll sit there like, oh, poor thing. But that's like, and I'll be like, oh, good, I can go to sleep now. It's very soothing to me. My second go-to is wrestling. So violence is a thing for me. I like to know about violence. I'm just not committing it myself. I live vicariously. Watched it because a certain someone asked me to. Felt like a creep after watching that. No, Baby Reindeer made me feel like a creep. That was a weird freaking series. That was odd. I watched that whole thing like, oh, red flag, red flag, red flag. I'm like, God damn it, run. I'm like, what is wrong with you? Stop talking to this crazy bitch. Like, oh my God, the things this woman did and then the way she twisted it. Oh, if you haven't seen Baby Reindeer and you like things about like weird ass stalkers who actually exist, because people like this actually exist, watch that series. You will not be disappointed, but just be prepared for a lot of like woke gay bullshit. I'm just warning you. There's like a lot of gay stuff in there, like overtly gay. It's not even like subtle. They show everything. It's gross because it's all very violent. It's disturbing. Just keep a sniff out for rotten eggs and they can't sneak up on you. Or you could just, spray holy water on his perfume. Wouldn't that work? What if you like bathed in holy water and went out every night? They can't really bite you, can they, without like burning their mouths? I would think that would work, right? And you're nice and clean and God is with you. Um, hence the laser point. Stop it. Rebby Jackson? Who the hell is Rebby? There was a Rebby? He's the oldest one. I know about Jermaine. That's about it. But I don't know who the hell Rebby is. I'm gonna have to look that up. I did not know that was a person. I've got a weird ass magic show. Pull my finger. That used to be my grandfather. Pull my finger. Nope. Nope. Because then the rotten eggs. Dear God, especially if you pulled his finger and you didn't hear anything, you knew you were going to get hit with that wall of rotten egg smell. Silent but deadly. I don't know. There's a meme about Semsho says when people refuse to read the rest. What? Okay. I remember what were the commercials? E.F. Hutton. When E.F. Hutton talks, everybody listens. Like it was like, okay. And I can say like, oh, E.F. Hutton, and my Gen Xers will get the joke, and the others are like, who? Nobody of any consequence. Don't worry about it. I crap twice. I had every what? I had every cop in the town pull me over in my 70 Roadrunner 22-inch tires before it was cool, just to warn me that they were watching me because they didn't get me. They didn't get me. Ha ha ha. They didn't get me. Yeah. Translation, send old prawn to T3. How about no? I've seen most of the prawn in the world. I'm not that impressed anymore. Like now I just look and go, whatever. Like, all that's fake. Like, it's all fake. Oh, I mean, I've been on the other end of like the phone line making all the providing the soundtrack for that kind of thing. So yeah, no, it don't impress me. Elephant. Well. What did I walk in on? I was talking about how people without children love to give advice on parenting, and it pisses me off. That's like your wheelhouse right there, isn't it? I know you. I know that bothers you, and rightly so. Yeah, my record is fine, Bobby. I don't believe that for a moment. Not one moment. Should I start from the beginning? Yeah, babe, go ahead. It's not that big of a show. We're chilling, basically. I'm in reminiscing mode because I don't want to deal with the current times right now because TV sucks, music sucks, people suck. So I'm trying to like throw back to when things were enjoyable. When people had a sense of humor and balls, and the people that had balls admitted they had balls and didn't say they had a, fake vagina. Like, whatever. Don't forget that Archie Bunker song, the theme song that Winning so very sweetly sent to me with my face on Edith. I preferred my face on Archie. It looked better. I did not know that Archie and I were the exact same color. It was weird how well that blended. I still love that, even though I can't look at it because there's certain people in it. But the song goes, when girls were girls and men were men. Like it was before we didn't need no welfare state. Everybody pulled his weight. Our old LaSalle ran great, But when boys were boys, girls were girls and men were men. That was a huge thing. I want to go back to that. I want to go back to that time. Maybe not that whole like mentality because the 70s were kind of screwed up. But you knew what you were dealing with. The most that you made fun of, you're like, oh, guys with long hairs, I don't know if they're a guy or a girl. But you talk to them, you knew they were a guy. Now you talk to them, you don't know. You can guess, but you're just like, I'm so confused. These kids growing up now must be so confused. Just not even the ones that have like that claim they have gender identity, whatever. Just the ones that are looking at the other people. They have to be so like conflicted. I may have been searched a few times. I didn't say I wasn't searched. I said I have a clean record. Don't get it twisted. I can talk my way out of anything, but no, I let's just say there's no proof, so I didn't do it. I didn't do nothing. But dude, I'm Gen X. I mean, I had no supervision. Of course, I ran through the town drunk at 15 years old, taking off my shirt and like just running in just my bra and freaking schoolgirl shirt. I'm schoolgirl skirt, my Catholic schoolgirl skirt. And it was like whatever. And I cops just looked at me like, "Are you kidding?" Like, but we used to hang out in parks and everything until like 1 in the morning. The cops would walk by and go, "Y'all being good, all right?" Because they didn't want to be bothered either. They were just like, "Go home soon, okay?" And they'd leave, and we'd be like, "Fuck you." But I mean, we weren't disrespectful to their faces. We knew you're respectful to a cop's face. Once he leaves, talk all the shit you want. Then you could be all Billy Badass with your friends and whatever. But as long as he's there, one, you don't want to go to jail. And we would have to go to juvie, which was not fun. And two, you didn't want them telling your parents because then your ass is getting beat when you get home. You're gonna lose everything. My mother was not good at grounding me because she couldn't stand to have me home because I would drive her crazy. That was my whole point. Like, oh, I can't be on the phone for 2 weeks. Okay. Then I'm gonna be glued to you all day and tell you every single thing that's in my head. Nonstop. You're not gonna be able to watch any of your shows, talk to any of your people, because I'm gonna be right there. My groundings never lasted more than like 2 hours. That was her threshold. It was, oh my God, Michelle, just go out. Then, okay, bye. You sure? Okay, I need money. Like I need $10 so that I can go get pizza, go to a movie, go bowling, whatever. Because $10 would buy me a lot. Now $10 don't even get you freaking half a meal anymore. You can get maybe like a half a sandwich, a shitty sandwich at that, but don't get none to drink. Uh, Spike was a sweetheart. I love Spike. Fun and caring all rolled into one cake pop. Yep. And covered in leather and black fabric. Oh, dear God. Not gonna lie, when he did his reveal and I saw the letter, I was like, oh, like that's what friggin' more than just like his getting to see his face, seeing like the outfit. I was just like, oh dear God, he hit a kink I forgot I had. Shit. And every night he does it again, and I'm like, oh, I hate you so much. But yeah, no, Spike with the leather. Oh, I love that leather coat of his. Oh my goodness. And then he'd take it off and he'd have like the black t-shirt underneath, and I'm just like, oh, I would freaking melt like butter in the sun, man. Uh Ellie Font, you know who you're watching, right? She knows. She knows. Ellie gives me special dispensation to do different things because I remind her of somebody that she's been friends with for a long time. So she knows what she's getting when she comes by me. She appreciates it though. See, that's what I love. I am who I am. I don't try to be somebody different. This is me. If you can't take it, you can't take it. I don't hold it against you, but I will hold the door while you get the fuck out. Like, don't sit around and whine about my personality. Nobody told you had to stay. Like, if you stay, it's because you enjoy it. If you don't enjoy it, go find somewhere you will enjoy. It will not offend me. I will not be bothered. I'm not going to be hurt. And you're not going to get me pissed off. I'm like, all right, it was nice seeing you. Thanks for the view. He smelled like blood, like pennies. Sounds Jewish. Poppy. Oh my God. I can't stand you. That made me laugh. Shenny said, should we send the Wizard of Oz porn to I've seen it just to keep it YouTube focused. I've seen it. I've seen the Wizard of Oz. I've seen the Star Wars stuff, both the older stuff, like the original trilogy and the new stuff. I've seen the prequel stuff. I've seen Cinderella. I've seen Snow White. The Snow White one ain't bad. But it's all in Italian. I trust me, I've seen them all. The Snow White one is old as could be, and it's got a lot of midgets. It was weird when I watched it. I was just like, ugh. I think the first one I ever watched was I put a tape in. It was me and a bunch of my friends at my house. I was like 15. And I took a VHS tape out of the rack that I don't remember what movie we thought it was, but apparently my mother and her husband taped over it. Now I've come across a couple of those tapes in my lifetime. One of them scarred me for life because one of them was my mother. And her husband, and that was put in the wrong place in the house. It was supposed to be in the bedroom, and instead they put it in the VHS rack in the living room. And it took me about 10 seconds to realize what I was seeing, and it was 10 and a half seconds too long. And I am scarred for that. But yeah, there's a reason why I am the way I am. But this one, we put it in, and this weird music is playing, and we're watching, and I'm like, why? This movie's about bowling? Like, what the hell? It was called The Bimbo Bowlers from Buffalo. Oh my God. We're sitting there. I'm just like, oh my. But then I turned around and I did the same thing to Vicky and Spanky. They borrowed Interview with the Vampire from me. And I forgot that it had been taped over with pay-per-view porn. They watched it for like an hour because it was long. And he was like, I haven't seen one vampire. What is going on? And then he realized what happened. He was like, fucking Michelle, man. Like, I was like, I didn't do it. I didn't know. But yeah, that, you know what? You roll the dice when you find a VHS tape with tape over the little box that if you take the tab out, so you can't record, all you had to do was put a piece of Scotch tape over that and you could record. So if you went to my house and you found something that had no tab, but it had a piece of Scotch tape over where the tab used to be, don't watch that. Just trust me. Just don't watch that tape. Because just don't. Rebby was a she. I didn't know that. So like Rebby, like what? Rebecca, I guess? Who named her kid Rebby? You ain't never finding anything in a store that's personalized, like ever. There's a prawn called Dirty Harriet. It's a Ron Jeremy. Hi, Anya. Ron Jeremy porn, of course. Yeah, he was in The Adventures of Lolita. It was, yeah, and there was another one called Bad Girls. I told you, like, we saw it all. I only hung out with dudes. I saw way more than my share of prawn, and I saw way too many centerfolds and pinups and all that kind of shit. Like, their jokes came straight out of Hustler, Penthouse, Playboy, like all those. Viva. My mother met Bob Guccione. She took pictures with him. They hung out. Like, it was weird. But yeah, no, like I've seen way more than my share. What, especially growing up in a gas station. You know what it's like to open somebody's toolbox to go in there to get like a ratchet or like a wrench or something, and it's just like, oh look, it's just Bush, like from one drawer to the next. It's just magazine, open magazines. They're not closed because when you're reaching in for your socket wrench, you want to see Bush in front of you and close the door and have a good rest of your day, I guess. But yeah, that shit was all over. That's where one of the cabinets in the office where we had the handgun. We had a handgun. We had them throughout the gas station, but it was hidden in there just in case somebody broke into the office. I would have easy access to it to defend myself. And I was a kid. I mean, I was a teenager. They had these little comic booklets that I found out were called the Tijuana Bibles. Oh my God. You want to talk about sick? They were sick. And I read every single one of them. But it was just, I'm sitting there going, what the hell? Like, that was my education into sex because nobody in my family talked about sex. Like, this was where I got my ideas of what sex was supposed to be. And I was so fucked up over it because it was not an easy education. It really wasn't. It was a very difficult introduction to that topic. And I grew up with a lot of wrong thoughts. Like I just it was just messed up. It's funny now, but at the time it's like, oh my God, I could never think of my kids going through something like that. It was just like I was just like, yeah, whatever. I just sit at the gas station looking at them, like, yeah, whatever. Like, we got no customers. I got nothing else to do. Oh, look, it's Annie with the dog. Okay. I didn't think Sandy did that, but all righty. Like, they were bad. The Tijuana Bibles, they were bad. Look them up if you don't know what I'm talking about. They had everything. They had Popeye. They had Sid and Nancy or whatever the hell it was called. Um, God, even the guy from Popeye with the, can you give me a hamburger today? I'll pay you tomorrow. Whatever the hell his catchphrase was. Like, all of it. All of it. It was terrible. Funny as hell, though. I suggest you look them up, Bobby. Sam Show notoriously said, probably the most vile things you've ever heard. Oh, okay. That's why I've never heard of them. I don't always go for vile. Maybe when I was younger. I got to be in the mood. In and out, got some things going on. I'm glad you're here. And yeah, how you feeling, babe? Hope you're doing well. Because I may get busy before you get more on topic. I always think that I'm only attracted to women way too beautiful for me. I think I actually see them that way, even if they aren't my type. You're only attracted to like super beautiful women that you think are like what, out of your league? Because I don't know what to say that. I mean, there's punching up, like there's trying to level up or trade up or whatever. But like, why would you set yourself up for disappointment? And how do you even gauge that? Like, you must be very critical of yourself to do something like that. I've never looked at somebody and said, "Oh, they're too handsome for me or they're too pretty for me." Like, those are the ones I'm like, "No, they think they're too pretty for me, so I'm just gonna go flirt with their friend." And that always pisses them off. And it always gets their attention, then they chase me instead of me chasing them. So, balls? Yes, balls. I don't know why you said it. I'm sure I said something about it, but that thought is long gone. Amen, childless larpies who think they're pseudo parents. There you go. I knew she'd love that. I know my elephant. Uh, yeah, I'm a pretty lady. Yeah, Bobby's very pretty. Oh, look at me. I'm so pretty. So pretty. It's not just the kids that are confused. Parents, Megan Fox has 4 kids. They were all born the wrong sex. Seriously? Oh yeah, you're talking about Megan Fox, the actress. Yeah, like, come on now. Like, all of them were born wrong. Okay, so maybe they were fine. You're the one that's wrong. You ever think? Like, if all people have a problem with you, then maybe you are the problem. Just saying. But they look in their, lefty moralistic, like, include everybody funhouse mirror and they see things different. What the fuck is she allowed to change? Yeah, why is she allowed to do that? What about these people that change their kids' sexes at like 18 months old? They're like, oh, well, he's not even speaking. He doesn't even say milk or like baba yet. And you're saying, oh, he walked up to me and said, dude, like, I feel like I'm the wrong gender. Get the fuck out of my face with your bullshit. They're going to be pissed when they age. If they age, that's my worry with the kids that they're confusing. Because these kids are going to grow up and all they're going to know is shame. They're not going to have any confidence, any sense of self. And a lot of them are not going to make it because they're going to have so much shame that we've never had to deal with because it didn't exist. That specific type of self-shame did not exist. And the thing is, it's not even their fault. It's not something they should be ashamed of because they didn't choose it. It was done to them. much like most of us who carry shame and guilt around. It was done to them, but this is a different kind. This is somebody else pushing this stupid woke ideology on them, and then their brains are all confused, their brain chemistry, their bodies get confused. They grow up, they look back, and they're like, "Oh my god, how stupid was I? How stupid did I look?" And it chips away like huge chunks of their confidence, their self-esteem, their self-worth. Those kids are not going to make it because the world is not an easy place to be in. You got to have some grit to get through this world, and they're going to have none. They're going to have none. And I worry about it because I'm like, all these kids could have had happy, productive lives, but because of the retards raising them, they're going to wind up trying to like unalive themselves at some point, and most of them will sadly probably succeed. And they have nobody to blame but the parents and the people that pushed it, like the supporters who pushed it. Like, I know there are a lot of parents who fight against it and everything, and the schools are against them or whatever. But these like Hollywood parents, they're literally like, I have all the money in the world, I'll just get them therapy later. You won't get them therapy from the grave. You're going to buy them a really nice tombstone because that's what you're going to wind up with your kid. And you got nobody to blame but yourself because you decided to go down this path and fuck them up from the very beginning. Like, it makes me so mad. So mad. They told me, they didn't tell you shit. All right. There's not a thought in that kid's head that you didn't put there. Stop it. Oh, that made me so mad. Megan Fox, toe thumbs, not Megan Fox, medium smart. I can't read, words are hard. Like, I know what you're saying. Megan Fox from the Transformers, not Megan Fox from, the whole Nick and Tug era. Nick and Tug. That sounds like Nip Tuck, like that plastic surgery show, which was actually really good for the first couple seasons. Then it got weird. Snipper said mostly into fit brunettes. Blue eyes are a plus. But hey, the personality is more important. Blonde and curvy was the recent one, but she's common, somewhat quiet like me. Yeah, see, I can't. Yeah, opposites attract and everything, but there's a reason for that because you have the yin and the yang. You have to have balance. If you have two really reserved, quiet people in a relationship, not a lot is going to get said, not a lot is going to get done. And you really have to just enjoy being in somebody's presence because there's really nothing else. Like, I like the teeter-totter. Like, if I'm up and he's down, I gotta bring him up. If I'm down and he's up, he brings me up. Like, we always level out. If I'm in a super funny mood, either you're gonna be in a funny mood or you're gonna be just in a receptive kind of mood and just because I'm doing it to amuse you, or vice versa. Like, if I have a hair trigger temper, you need to be the calm one. If you have, like violent tendencies, I need to be able to be a de-escalator. Like, that's how in my life, that's how the better relationships worked out. I can't be with somebody who's just like me. Yes, we have to have a lot in common, but be the same? No. Like, because I love me, but I don't particularly like me all the time, and I definitely couldn't deal with another one of me. Like, like, no. When my son acts like me, I'm like, I swear to God, I want to freaking wring your neck. And he's like, what? Something you would say. I'm like, I'm aware. That's why I'm upset. Like, don't be like me. Be yourself. Don't be like me. He's like, sorry, it's in my DNA. No shit. But yeah, no, I like somebody who's different from me, but there's a balance, not opposite. I don't like complete opposite because then you have nothing in common. Bobby said, I just wanted a woman willing to do my laundry and let me fart without her losing her mind. See, and that's perfectly acceptable to me. That's a genuine, like, okay, that should be a nothing burger. My son used to crop dust me all the time, and he'd be like, he'd walk by, lift his leg, like standing, lift his leg, fart in my direction, go, that was just for you, Ma. Thank you. Appreciate it. He'd be like, "You're welcome." He'd be like, "What does it smell like?" I go, "Smells like a petunia." He'd be like, "Yep, that's what I thought." It didn't smell like a petunia, but it always made him laugh. Um, you gotta be with somebody who's got a sense of humor. You can't be with somebody who's gonna get triggered every time you open your mouth. Walking on eggshells is the worst thing in the world. I get quiet now instead of getting like offended or get hurt. I just let me just shut up. Just just shut up until that little bit of that little spark of irritation passes, because it will. This too shall pass. You know, just shut the fuck up. Let it go. Let it go. Let it go. Let it go. They ruin that phrase. But yeah, no. I like somebody with a sense of humor who's gonna be goofy, who's gonna do stupid shit like that. Like it's just like, like really? But you gotta take it and laugh at it. I want to laugh through the rest of my life. I really do. I want to talk about important things. I want to joke about other things. I want to learn, but I want to laugh. I do not want to sit there doom and gloom and oh my God. And like the way this one wakes up every day, she wakes up miserable. And I'm like, I walk out here and I feel like the negativity in the air. I hate it because, like I said, I wake up usually singing. Like my son, he wakes up literally singing. He will open his eyes and immediately launch into a song. And I'm just like, oh, it's going to be a good day. But then they come along and they have to squash that. Like, oh my God, do I hear, it's like Miss Hannigan. Do I hear happiness in here? Like, oh, got to put an end to that. That's not me. I would rather everybody be happy. I do. I would much rather people laugh, and I will make a complete ass out of myself to make somebody laugh if they need it. I like that. I think that shows how much heart you have as a person. It's not all about the giving and caring, overtly. It's okay, you notice somebody's a little down. Can you pep them up a little bit without like pointing it out? That's a good human to me. That I find that shit hella attractive. Oh my goodness. It's not like buttery attractive, but it's like, oh, I want to be in your microsphere. Like I want to be in orbit with you. Like that's just somebody I vibe with. Now are they gonna turn me on? I don't know. Like there's different things for that, but yeah, it can be a turn on. Not a huge one, but it's definitely something that I look for in everybody, friend, lover, it doesn't matter. I think she just had a baby girl with Machine Gun Kelly. Did she really? Megan Fox? Well, it's a baby girl today. Tomorrow won't be. So at least we know that. Oh, look, I'm only 15 minutes behind. Baby Reindeer was about sex abuse. Yes, it became an in real life lawsuit because the same woman said she was the inspiration of the female in it. Who would ever admit to that? That bitch was crazy in that movie, in that whole series, which again I highly recommend. But who would ever admit, oh, that they wrote that about me? Did they use your name? No, but that I did all those things. Girl, I would not admit that. Ever. Ever. Fuck honesty. No, she was cray cray. Like, no, you don't admit that, oh, they wrote that based on me. Are you? You're deficient. You are mentally freaking deficient. Somebody hit you hard with a frying pan in the head when you were younger. Like, I can't. I cannot. I want to make sure that nobody's here yet. Damn it. I'm trying to like open the Ring camera to see if the truck is back. It is not. Yay. Anyway. You know that the Wizard of Oz is the cat in blue suit dude that was around on YouTube for a while, right? Oh yeah, no. No, I know that. He's also in Rocky Horror Picture Show. Mm-hmm. I know, because he hates me. He hates me. Oh my goodness. He came after me. He keeps calling me Melissa too, saying, "Oh, I know the truth about her. Her name's Melissa." I'm like, dude, I literally introduced myself as, "Hi, I'm Shelly, your mouthy mom." Not Melissa. Melissa's my cousin, but I am not Melissa. No, Like, no. Why would I? Whatever. I've been doxxed so many times on there. I don't care. I really don't. Um, but yeah, I've seen his movies. Unfortunately, it's, I mean, his has been actor on there as he is on YouTube. Someone has to be a big piece of shit on the inside to repulse me. They're usually considered very beautiful on the outside, though. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I've met people, I'm like, bitch, swallow some makeup because you ugly inside. Like, you need to, like, I don't know, go get yourself some Maybelline and L'Oreal and swallow that shit. And maybe it'll make a difference. Because, wow, like, you're great on the outside, but your insides are rotten to the core. He was the scarecrow, zero talent. Yeah, I know. I know. I know. Trust me, I've done all my research on him because he went and pissed me off. don't don't slam my friends. Don't shit on people that I care about because I will come for you. Just don't do it. Um yeah, so that led me down that road. But anyway, I got a show for you, The Neighbors. It's on YouTube. It's so terrible. Nobody wants to claim it. I'm assuming it's about neighbors, but why is it so terrible? Is it the acting or just everything? Ellie said, speaking of childless LARPies, I got a demand letter from my stepmom about my dad's estate. That bitch spent every penny in his accounts, didn't give me anything of his, and now is demanding cash check for less than $500. What? You know how to tell how many different ways, how many different languages do I need to give you to tell her to go fuck herself? Because I can come up with quite a few. Hell, I'll have Grok make you a list. Man, these people, I swear to God. Money makes people do stupid shit. It really does. It really does. Oh, you found one of those. Yeah, I found my parents. Yeah, that was them. That was them. I was not happy at all. Not happy at all. But you know what? Like, as much as I tried putting it out of my head, I can't. You can't unsee that shit. It's not fair. And it's not like she's attractive. So, or him. So it's like, man. Like I said, the 10 seconds I saw for my brain to catch up with what I was seeing was 10 and a half seconds too much. Like, I need to go back to before I even touched the tape because it just knowing it existed made me feel gross. It takes and it takes my talent to the fullest to be that piece. Nice. The one I found wasn't pay-per-view. Yeah, I found pay-per-view and non-pay-per-view. That's fucking messed up, Ellie. It is. I mean, I swear these people, they'll do anything for like the slightest, teeniest, tiny bit of money. It's like, oh, you're willing to do all that. How about you go get a job? Like, how about that? Go work at the Piggly Wiggly or something. There, you'll make your $500 check there, bitch. Like, stop it. Dad had a camera. Bobby, they all had those. Remember the old camcorders? The heavy ones that you had to literally put on your shoulder. Like they had the hand strap, but then that they were way too heavy for that just one hand. You had to like prop it up on your shoulder. And if something was funny and you laughed, everything kind of jiggled. Like the whole camera would go up and down and keep the camera steady. All right. I used to love putting the camera on people and they'd stand there and just wave. I'm like, it's not a Polaroid. Like, talk, move. It has a microphone. This is not the days of old where it's just pictures. I call bullshit. Nobody needs to watch an hour of porn. Yes, you do. Yeah, absolutely do. Especially when there's a backstory. This one, no. The one that he had was like, it was like long. And it had like a whole backstory and everything because he brought me back the thing. And he was like, oh, you're going to watch this with us. I was like, watch what? I was like, oh my God. I knew in the first like 2 seconds that was prawn. I was just like, oh, yeah, Interview with a Vampire. I don't have that music. Nope. There's nobody walking around in bell bottoms and like, sunglasses with the pimp stash. That was not in Anne Rice's book at all. It was it was a decent one though. I mean, he they watched the whole damn thing, but he was like, "You're watching this with us." I was like, "All right, whatever." That's what you used to do, like when we used to rent hotel rooms for like 3 hours so we could get away because none of us had our own apartments. It was $30 for a hotel room for 3 hours with movies, or it was 27 for just the room for 3 hours. So of course you always round number. All right, just put it down for 30. It's fine. Everybody give $10. Like somebody got off scot free this time. It was somebody always, you know, got off scot free because we never did them by ourselves. We also didn't just go there to just have sex. We used to go rent the hotel rooms if it was shitty out and we had nowhere to go. And we'd sit around and like eat pizza and friggin' smoke cigarettes and just, drink some beers and just fuck around. But we'd have like 8 to 10 people in there. It was, ugh, because you had nowhere to go and nobody cared because it was right by the Holland Tunnel. So it was nobody was gonna find you. You always took a car that was not yours. It always had to be somebody that your parents or whatever didn't know what car it was. Because I did that one time. I drove to the hotel, well, the motel, in my car. All my friends get out. We go in. And when I got home, my grandmother was like, "What were you doing by the Holland Tunnel?" I was like, "What?" She said, "Your mother said they drove to Burger King and your car was parked by Burger King." At least she didn't say it was parked in a hotel parking lot. She goes, "Why would you go all the way there? We got Burger King on the avenue." I was like, there were a lot of us, and the Burger King on the avenue has rats." And she was just like, "Oh, all right, that makes sense." And I'm just like, "Oh my God, thank God my mother didn't tell her where it was parked." But yeah, after that, I never took my own car. It didn't help that my car was red and stood out because it had this guy down the projects jumped on top of the roof of my car when I was going, and he dented the whole damn thing. So I had this big, one big dent in the roof of my car. So even if you saw every red car in town, you knew which one was mine because of the damn dent in the roof. So yeah, my mother knew it was me. It was like, oh, okay. It was bad. She never brought it up though. She never mentioned it to me. But yeah, that was her way of saying, "Bitch, I saw you." It's like la 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 la. I didn't do nothing. You can't prove it. You got no pictures. Uh, if you give me a if you give me douche or see you next Tuesday vibes, I'm good because same Shenny, haha. I'm telling about how what, but I'm talking about evil to the core. Really? That's what you like? I mean, I used to do the bad boy thing too. Like if you were a complete asshole, if you were dangerous, I was helplessly attracted to you. It was ridiculous. It didn't mean I was going to wind up with you, but I'd play with you for a while and then throw you back. But yeah, those were the ones that I'd be like, "Oh my god, he's so hot." And I'd be like, "Stay away, stay away, stay away. You can't handle that one." But let's see if you can get him. That was the game. Can I make him mine? Yes, I can. Yeah, okay, and I'm done. I'm bored now. Next, like next, let's go. That's why it was good for me to spend a long time by myself. My dad's second wife sold a $500,000 home for $100,000 so she didn't have to share. Oh my God. That's just retarded. Why would anybody do that? I would never want to take a hit like that. Oh my God. I would rather give the money away. I mean, even if I hate the person, still, I'm just not going to give you what you think you're getting. Ellie said, I mean, does this bitch think that she's taking it all to her grave? She has no one except us. She wants to be buried with her money. So do what that lady in the joke did. Write her a check. Just write her a check, put the check in the coffin, and be like, there you go. You're taking it with you. And then you just, you do your thing. You're keeping your word. It's just, it's your interpretation of the word from a certain point of view. what does it say? Or if we go eat and you act like an asshole to the waitstaff, that's a huge turnoff for me. Or you don't tip well. Yeah. Oh, you're saying that's stuff that turns you off. Okay. That makes more sense. But I'm a little slow today. A little slow. Yeah, I get very upset with people who don't treat wait staff well. I mean, if the waitress or the waiter is a douche, then whatever. But most of the time, like these people have been on their feet all day. They have to put up with everybody's complaint. There's a hair in my food. This isn't cooked the way I like it. It's not. Did you not listen to how I said I wanted it? Like, relax. They're dealing with hundreds of people every day, and you're being a douche. Like, can you do the job? No, because if your ass could, your ass would be home cooking. You don't like dealing with the wait staff? Go home and cook. Go home and cook. Stop fucking with people. Ellie said, I give Shelly a pass because she's a lot like my best friend who I've been friends with for close to 30 years. I miss that bitch. Aw. Damn, Elliot's messed up. Oh, about the stepmom? Yeah. But yeah, she's told me that from the beginning. She was like, the way you talk and your accent, you remind me of her. And I was like, aw, it's nice to like, be that for somebody. I enjoy that. Because we lose a lot of people in life, and sometimes you want that reminder and you're like, nobody like reminds me of this person. Then you hear a voice and you're like, and you get that warm feeling. I like that. I like to spark some kind of good nostalgia in people. I don't want to bring up bad things, but like if I can make somebody miss somebody in a good way, then that warms my heart. It really does. Her government name was Maureen Rilette Jackson Brown, but goes by Rebby. How the hell they get Rebby from Rilette? Rilette? Somebody let. I learned about sex from the other kids in public school. That's also how I learned about drugs. There you go. We learned about drugs with Dare. Remember that program? I didn't know shit about drugs until Dare came to the school and was like, this is what cocaine looks like. This is what heroin looks like. This is how they do it. Don't do it. I'm like, why are you telling us? You're giving us a blueprint, telling us not to do it. And then we're all going home to hang out with each other with no parental supervision. Yeah, that's a recipe for success. Okay. Like it never made sense to me. But they wouldn't talk about sex in schools. We'll tell you what all the drugs are, where to find them, how much they cost, how to use them, and their effects. But we're not going to touch sex because that's taboo. Because God forbid you learn how to roll a condom onto a banana. Like that's just anti-God. Like, no. Like, I never got the logic of that. I just never did. But yeah, absolutely. They showed it to us and told us how to consume it. Thank you, Bobby. Thank you for backing me up. Dare was the worst. They literally would come in and walk you through it step by step. And the stupid cops that did our program told us, don't go here because they're selling this in that area. This area is known for selling that. And the street value is this. So, like, if they're selling you this, then this is cut with something. And they even taught us how to find the good drugs. And it was just like, really? And if you go to clubs, somebody there is going to have tabs of acid or they're going to have, stamps. If you see a Bart Simpson like stamp, don't lick it. What? Like, what? So, of course, the first thing Nancy and I we're like, did you have Dare? Yeah, I had Dare. Let's go to Limelight this weekend. It's like, okay. Fucking 15 years old going to an over 21 club. Everything is dark as shit in this old church, and people are literally like, open your mouth. They just throw shit in your mouth. They'll just throw a tab or they'll throw mescaline or whatever. And it was and you just did it. I remember going to Limelight every time. I never remember going home. I honestly never remember going home. About 15 minutes into the entire excursion, everything after that was blurry. And I'd say, what did we do? I don't know. Do you want to know? No, I don't want to know. Anybody take pictures? Nope. There were no cameras, no nothing. Because then you had like the little click camera, like the disc camera and shit, or like the little Instamatics. They had to push that thing like 4 times. and you had to wait for the flash. Do you remember the sound? I know some of you can hear that sound right now. You push that flash in, it's that until it stopped making that noise, and like to forward the film, and then the flash would, and then the light would go and be like, "Oh, it's ready." And then you take one picture and be like, "All right, got to wait another 5 minutes." And now they friggin' just, oh yeah, I'm just gonna tape every single thing you do. I'm just gonna record you the whole time, and then I'll do freeze frames. It's fine. Like, oh no. But yeah, no, we anything they told us, we were like, oh yeah, don't do that. We're gonna all go out and do that together. Let's do it as a group. Sure, let's have fun. And we survived. In fact, I think we were better off for it. Sounds like the same woman. I don't know. I don't care. Wasn't there for me when I was alive. Not there for me now that he's dead. Fuck them. I'm doing it my way. There you go. There you go. Ellie said, ahem. I taught health class to 8th to 12th graders. Watched a lot of Miracle of Life. Oh my goodness. The Nova special where they show the, do you have the one, did you watch the one with the actual childbirth? That was traumatizing. That was traumatizing, especially that one, the baby's head pops out and all that water comes spurting out. And she's laying there like, oh, but you got just a baby's head hanging there all scrunched up and waxy looking. Oh my goodness. That terrified me. I was like, I got to go through all that. Like, I don't want to do that. That don't look like a good time. I don't want to do that. Nope. And then I wound up doing that with Katie and Connor. Yeah. And I was like, I should add 10 more. My stepdad kept my mom's insurance money, but he paid for it and deserved it, in my opinion. Well, he gave my sister a bit of it, but that was to be expected. Yeah, there you go. There you go. I mean, if they're paying for the insurance policy and they're the beneficiary, okay, that's all you. But I mean, if you're just coming into this, and I've been in this family for like generations longer than you, fuck out of here that you think you're taking everything. You got to be kidding me. And you said same for the drugs, Bobby. Yep. They taught us well. Ours was in a dog suit. I remember him, McGruff. Yes, McGruff. Then in middle school, they had a cop come up and bring the drug board. Oh my goodness. Really? Balls? I mean, I am. Okay. Balls are good. Balls or no balls? Always balls. I heard Shenny's alert for you when I read that. Nice. Ellie said, it's horrible. Y'all, it makes them sterile and impotent. Yep. So those bitches are setting them up. We're talking about the kids being transitioned again to never have an orgasm, which, I mean, if these kids knew it, how hard it is to like have one normally, you really don't want to set up your own roadblocks for that, because that's not a guaranteed destination at the end of every trip. It's just not. Sterility and no chance to have biological children, forever wounds that ooze. Yes. How, like, I've seen so many of the videos of them talk about it, and they talk about like the smell, and I'm like, bro, ugh. Like, I can't. Why would you choose that? We're gonna make it. We're gonna make it. We're gonna make it right on time. Alrighty. I don't know what song that is. What is that from? The only thing I remember, we're gonna make it, was, what was that? Mary Tyler Moore. Mary Tyler Moore. We're gonna make it after all. And she throws her hat up in the air. I always loved her boss. I thought he was great. I really did. She was so like snowflakeish, and he was so gruff. I just loved him. That on top of, I'm sure it does a lot more than that. Yeah. They're messed up, those kids. Then they're going to be messed up forever. There's no going back from that. What have I ever told you that would make you think I'm not insecure? I'm saying if I'm attracted, I just see whatever you look like as beautiful. Yeah, I'm ashamed of myself. Have you met me? Oh, honey. Oh, I'm sending you mental hugs. Stop. You don't need to be insecure. You are who you are. Be proud of who you are. Just think there's nobody else in the world like you, and you have things to offer that most don't. Okay. And somebody's going to come along and appreciate that. They're going to see it. They're going to see the good things in you the way you see the good things in other people. And that'll be your person. Until then, you're just learning and practicing. That's all you are. Megan Fox has 3 boys with Brian Austin Green. Yep. And all 3 are trans. She also just had a baby with MGK last month. Unbelievable. Some people really shouldn't be allowed to procreate. They really shouldn't. And you said they often use IVS and they can choose the sex and make sure they don't have any defects, right? So how could they be the wrong sex if you chose it? That's a good question. That is a valid fucking question. You handpicked what your baby's hair color is going to be, eye color, skin color, sex. So if you, that's like sending something back to the kitchen because it wasn't what you wanted. But you ordered it. You took 20 minutes looking at that damn menu. You ordered it, and then you're like, this isn't really what I wanted. Then you shouldn't have friggin' ordered it. How about that? You can't just send it back to the kitchen because you had a change of freaking heart. It's the same thing with these kids. That's what they're doing. They order them like they're picking off a menu, and then they're like, yeah, it's just, I don't know. I thought I wanted that, but I'm just not feeling that right now. So can you send it back and give me something else? Like, no. I said I used to climb trees, play in the dirt, etc. in a dress. I bet toe thumbs would have transed me. Oh yeah, I definitely would have gotten that growing up because my mother was always putting me in like bows and frilly dresses, and I would run into the gas station and play with the dogs, and come out still in the dress but covered head to toe in grease, oil, antifreeze. I don't give a shit. Just don't come near me with a cigarette. Tammy, how you doing, babe? I'm a little behind in chat. How are you? Hope you're feeling better today. Lady Awesome said, if you know, you know, don't look up Megan Fox toe thumbs because you'll never unsee it. She has toe thumbs. Ew. I didn't make it up. It's an actual thing. Well, maybe she didn't get to that part of her body to do the plastic surgery yet. I'm sure it's on the list, but her nose had to come first. Yeah, I'm not looking. I can't unsee it from looking before. I don't have to look. It's already in my head. I know what toe thumbs look like. It's disturbing. Yeah. It's almost like half a hobbit foot. And you said, I was going to say that, Shelly. I'm usually attracted to somebody that could put up with my shit, not add to it. I need somebody who can handle my ass because, yes, I can fly off the handle. I can be temperamental. I can be all in my feelings. And I need somebody who's going to like sit there and be like, are you done? Can we move on? Like, if I'm genuinely upset, be comforting. Yes, be loving. But if I'm just on a tear and I'm being hormonal, just ignore that shit and move on. And luckily, I found that. But like I said, I did warn him when he, started up with me. I was like, listen, I'm a lot. Like, I am a lot. I am not uncomplicated. I am hard to handle. I am just a lot to deal with. Do not sign up for this unless you're going to like be there and stick with it. And he took a beat and he thought about it. He seriously thought about it and said, no, I'm man enough for this. We're good. And he hasn't disappointed me yet. And shit, we're coming up on almost 2 years. Holy crap. But I'm a lot easier to handle in person because I'm very tactile, and the easiest way to like control me is to just be present. Like, you just really have to be in the room, and I will match whatever vibe you're giving out. You don't even have to talk. Like, if I'm way up there and you're like chilling down here, like in Zen mode, it takes me like 2 minutes to like ratchet that shit all the way down to where I'm like, okay, I'm chill. We'll just chill, because I tend to match the energy of the room I'm in. I just don't like to match the bad energy. And here it's like all bad energy. So like they start on their bullshit and I just want to be in my peaceful place, and it doesn't work out. So then I go to anxious before I get mad, and then I go to mad, and then they get scared. And I'm like, well, you brought me here. Like, don't drive me to the spot if you don't want me to act accordingly. Like, don't do it. My lady and I are opposites, but we also have a crazy amount in common. We're surprisingly stable. No, that's the way to do it, Bobby. Like, that is the way I think it should be. It's about balance. I always think of relationships, the perfect relationship is like a seesaw where neither one of you spend much time with your ass on the ground. The perfect way is to just balance across because you share a lot of central points. So that's what you're basically like leaning on. But he's at one end, she's at the other, and they balance each other out. But nobody's too much of one thing, too much of another. It just works. It works that way. And you know that life is going to make one of you go up and one of you go down all different times. The point is you're able to balance out. I do think that makes for the best relationships when you're different, but the core values that you have, like, and the core interests are shared. You don't have to share everything. You don't have to have everything in common. That's fucking boring. But the like things that are super important to you, yeah, those are things that you agree on. Bobby said, but I'm a friggin' nut. I mean, you're supposed to be. If you're not nutty, I mean, what's the point? Life is short. Be a nut. Fuck it. Be goofy. Just but be yourself. If you're not that person, if you're super serious, be super serious. Just know that people are going to call you on being super serious all the freaking time. It's that time of the year where I argue with the birds. Fucking Blue Jays. Whatever, Rhonda. Blue Jays are mean. I really do think Blue Jays have like a vendetta against humans because they will dive bomb you. They're some ballsy birds. That's hilarious. My mom's name is Rhonda. Oh, and my stepdad is Bobby. That's funny. Woman of the Hour was the serial killer movie. Oh, okay. It kind of sucked from a guy's perspective. Most women were victims and all the guys were creeps. Oh, that's lovely. Sounds like every tabloid magazine in the world and just in movie form. I'm fondling the hitch hole. That's nice, Bobby. Thank you for sharing. T-Rex. I introduced myself online as, hey, I'm T-Rex and I'm a dinosaur. I know, you're a weirdo. That's why we love you. Tammy said, I wouldn't know where to begin. I've been kept inside the house or the barn, never allowed to date. Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah, I grew up very, as they thought, very sequestered. Like I was very isolated. I wasn't allowed to have friends over, go over people's houses. We didn't do sleepovers. None of that was allowed. So I basically was just, they used to call me the Mamadel, which just means like, basically you're saying like an old lady, but in kid form. Because I did everything my grandmother did, because that's who I hung out with. Tell me who you hang out with, I'll tell you who you act like. So I knew how to cook and clean and bake and whatever. I didn't know how to put makeup on. I didn't know how to do my hair. All the things that girls my age knew how to do, I didn't know how to do. I knew how to set my hair in curlers because that's what she did. But like to go and tease my hair, no, I had to learn all that, like, in high school from other girls, and they don't always tell you the truth. Most of it I learned from observation. The first time a girl from high school came over to tease my hair and like make it big, like the 80s. She did it, and then I went downstairs to the gas station, and my mother looked at me and she goes, would you lick a light socket? And I was like, what? She was like, what the fuck did you do to your hair? I was like, you don't like it? She was like, no, I really don't. You're going to put somebody's eye out with that shit. After that, the bigger my hair was, the better. Dude, like, don't tell me as a teenager you don't like what I'm doing to my hair, because now I'm going to do it every day. Now I have to own 12 curling irons and shit. My hairspray, I didn't use Aquanet. I used Vavoom. And it said right on the bottle, it was this long, big bottle. It was like, I think it was like $10, which even now I would like be like $10 for a hairspray. Oh my God. Because my Aquanet was 99 cents. But it was called freezing spray. You could literally just hold your hair up with your hand and spray with the other. Get the hair dryer, point that at your hair, and your hair would stand straight up. literally straight up. And that's what we used to do. Like my hair was a good 8 to 9 inches um in height from the top of my head every day through like freshman, sophomore, junior year. Senior year was only about 4 inches because we were going for subtle, because I was older, so I couldn't look as wild. But yeah, 4 inches is still a lot for hair. For hair, I'm just saying. Yes, everything is made by Tommy Wiseau, the guy who made The Room. Oh, all right. I gotta check that out. I think the whole show was written fueled by cocaine and meth. I mean, that it's probably entertaining. I mean, to be fair, it's probably entertaining. Snipperoonie said the difference between men and women, how long you watch porn. Never been there long enough for the plot to kick. Well, see, that's the thing. Women could, because we don't have anything pressing that we need to do when we're watching that. There's nothing like, look at me, like jumping for attention. We just kind of like let it wash over us. But phrasing. But anyway, yeah, no, we used to watch it for the storyline, and I was like, I don't get what they're doing, and Spanky be like, that's not why you watch this stuff. That's why I watch it. Like, why do you want? You literally just watch it to go flap, 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 and then you're done. He was like, yeah, what else uses that? I was like, and that's why you go through girls the way you go through girls, because you treat them the same exact way. It's bop, 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 nut. Let's see you later. That's it. Like, you don't get into the backstory. We're just like, oh my God. So yeah, tell me about your mom. Tell me about where you where you grew up. What are your hobbies? Like, we want a whole story. It's sad. It really is. I think no one should watch Prawn. It laters your brain chemistry. It also exploits the people and it alters. Girl, I could not figure that one out. Thank you for the correction. I was like, it laters. I was like, what is she latent? Like what? No, it's not good for you. It's really not. And I didn't realize that till I was married and realized that my husband was addicted to porn. And that was not good because he really thought that everything that happens on there is something that should be able to happen in real life. And I'm watching going, I'm not doing that. And he's like, why? I was like, no, there's like machinery involved. Are you crazy? Like, what is wrong with you? And he was like, oh, but it's sexy. No, it's not. It's insane. And what the hell? Like, I can't. Like, but he really was addicted to it. He's probably still addicted to it. No pun intended. But yeah, it is very, very bad for you. And it sets unrealistic expectations. Like nobody's it's not like that. Like sex is messy. Okay? It could be awkward. If you have long hair, it's like, ow, because they're always leaning on like somebody's forearm winds up on hair and you try to move and you're like, oh my God, that fucking hurt. Like that's not the kind of hair pulling I like. And they get like they do all sorts of stuff that in real life it doesn't translate into pleasure. It just doesn't. But yeah, like sex is supposed to be fun. I tried telling him that all the time. Like, dude, stop looking like you're trying to figure out calculus. Just go with the flow. Like literally, just have some fun. I like to be relaxed there. I like, energetic. But yeah, no, he was stuck in his head and he would freak himself out. And I'd be like, are you kidding me? I'm like, it's not that serious. It's really not. Like the world is not going to end if this winds up badly. We'll just try it again. Like just once you fall off the horse, get back on. You don't just say, "Oh no, I'm never doing that again." No, get back on. Fall off the bike, get back on. Fall off the biker, get back on. Last said I got to go find some food. I want to be done eating by 2 p.m. I'm still listening. Just got to put chicken on the Foreman grill. All right. Make sure you season that shit. I hate unseasoned chicken. Ugh. It's like, really? I put salt. That's not seasoning. That's no. Bobby said, I just don't go out to eat. Just ain't for me. I can cook, but none of that. There you go. If a lady expects me to spend money, good luck. I can oy vey with the worst. I had a cop come in and hold up a poster board just full of drugs and baggies taped to it. Yes, absolutely. Well, we had ours, he had like a suitcase, like a briefcase. And when he opened it, like he had everything like hanging, like he had like the Coke bottle and like a bag. And he showed us like all the different, we knew the difference between a joint and a blunt and like what a bong was and, pipes and shit like that. What they use spoons and a lighter for. It was like, really, you're literally educating me on how to do it. Cause I didn't know any of this from the jump. Like, you walked in this room, I had no knowledge. Now I have all this knowledge and curiosity. Oh, they're home. They're home. They're home. They're home. Hopefully it went well. Hopefully it went well. I have the Ring cam on live just to make sure I knew when they came home because I don't like surprises. Let me get caught up. But yeah, they totally taught us how to do drugs. And they were like, and this is your brain under. They played all those commercials. It was so funny. It was like, I like eggs. Like, this is your brain. This is your brain on drugs. It was like, who don't like fried eggs? Come on now. Bit behind. No, I don't like those people. Sorry, typed that wrong, I think. I'm fine with just a normal asshole, but not someone who's evil. Yeah. No, evil is bad. Evil is bad. Yeah, I got you. In the end, I got you. Hey, Andrea, what's up? What's up? How you doing? Bobby said, fun fact, if you just move a molecule around, mescaline becomes Parkinson's. Really? How does that work? See, that's something I would look up because I took a ton of mescaline as a teenager. Ooh, those little white lions. What? Because I never slept because the girlfriend that I had at the time would not let me sleep. And so it was like mescaline for the win. Yeah, I would go 5, 6 days on like 10 minutes of sleep. You catch a cat nap here, cat nap there, then you're off and running. But yeah, it's when I was young and had all the energy. That's one of the reasons why when people are like, oh, I'm so sorry that you're sick. I'm like, you know what? I'm 51 years old now. And I can honestly say, I look back at my life and I lived my life. I packed so many experiences into those years that I have no regrets. I feel bad for the ones that still live in their parents' basements and stuff that never go out. They never had like face-to-face interactions. They didn't do crazy wild shit. They don't know what life is about. Like if you don't know what life is about, what are you fighting to live for? I know how much joy is out there. I know how much pleasure is out there. I know how much pain is out there. But I know that it changes with every breath you take. So I can't give up. As much as I sometimes plan it all out and I get right there and I'm like, no, I can't do it because I know how much is out there. But if something was to take me out naturally, I don't want anybody to be sad about it because I lived a huge life. I did everything I wanted to do. I lived according to my own code. I tried not to hurt people. I did love a lot of people. And I packed a lot into my life. And it's brought me to who I am today, which with me, I like me. I do. I never really liked myself before. I like who I am. I would like to be better, but compared to who I was in my 20s, yeah, I'm much better. I like me a whole lot more because I started looking at myself through my own lens and not somebody else's. I literally stopped giving a shit if they thought this or they thought that or whatever. It's like, oh, you think that about me? Go fuck yourself. You don't know me. But it took me a long time to get there. But yeah, I lived my life. That's why I have all the stories. People are like, oh my God, you have a story for everything. Yeah, because I got out and I did shit. Like I was never home. I was always, oh, you want to do this? Let's do it. I never said no. Oh, let's go climb this mountain. All right, let's go. Let's go climb this wall. Let's go break into the college campus and see what we could do. All right, let's go. Let's not get caught. But even if you did, half the fun was the escape. I made the most of my life. So I have no regrets. I have no regrets. No regrets, no regrets. Although I do regret maybe a couple of these tattoos that I'd like to get redone. But I don't have money like that, so. Oh, goody, everybody's talking now. I'm nervous. No, man, don't get me started. Don't get me started on what? I'm going through that same shit on my own. Stranger trying to take my inheritance. We're all there. We're all there. Oh, this one's walking outside my window. Goody. Designer baby's just sick. Yep. Everything these rich people do is weird to me. It's all weird. I wanted a woman who would recognize that I was upset and would tickle my balls. I'm a simple man. There you go, Bobby. There you go. Andrew said, "Did she bring the pepper or did you supply it, Bob?" There you go. Oh, I love this. Man, I don't know why people test my patience, then wait until I explode, and then they do it again. Sure. Is that what you're calling it now? Patience? In Texas news, the Texas Border Patrol finds 1/3 pound fentanyl hidden in the rectum of a border crosser. Ew, shitty. That's a shitty place to be. Let's see. Ellie said, sounds like a shitty job. There you go. You're there with me, girl. We're right here. You are the spicy boy, Bobby. Awesome. Happy donut maker. Oh, Lord. Oh my God, there's a picture of the load that was in his. No, I don't want to see it. Nope, nope, nope. You can't make me. I don't want to. You can't make me. Sometimes you feel like a nut. Sometimes you don't. Almond Joy's got nuts. Mounds don't. I love that song. The load that was in his ass. I can't. That's something I never expected Ellie to say. I love it when she pulls shit like that. It's just like, oh, I love that people can still surprise me. Andrew said, hope you're good, Suzanne. Haven't seen you in a while. There she is. Amp, she's hanging in there. She's my Canucky. I got my Canuckies. I got my Aussians. It's great. My Brities, and I got my Americanos. Americano. She's hanging in there. She's doing well. We're proud of how well Suzanne is doing. She's been pushing herself and getting stuff done and feeling good. So good for Suzanne. I'm very happy about that. I like when she comes in here and she's like, I did this and I did. I'm so proud of her. Bobby, what the fuck? I found a container of used cat litter in here. What? Hold up your pinky. That's 6 inches. My pinky is not 6 inches. And if you think that is, then our measurement standards are very different. Oh, Lord. Pinky like a baby mountain. Oh my God, the load. Oh my God, I'm reading through chat, guys. Just dropping links on like the load in the guy's ass. Unbelievable. Oh my God, the documents are up and we should all read it. Jesus. Am I almost up to? I'm almost up to speed. Here we go. Fall off the biker. You bump up with arms stretched out and a ta-dum set. Yep. If you fall off the bike, you jump back and go, ta-da! Here I am. I think he was constipated and the cartel told him the fentanyl was an enema. I'm sure that's exactly how it happened. Okay, folks, I've been doing things in the kitchen. Use cat litter and pinky is 6 inches. You're all too funny. You have me. Bobby Baloney has me laughing. There you go. MPPTP is injectable Parkinson's. It's mescaline based, I believe. Is it really? Huh. The feds were fooling around with drugs. Yeah, I mean, well, that's what we all did. I mean, I didn't know what those pills were going to do when I popped them. I didn't know what those little stamps that melted on your tongue were, but I tried one and I saw unbelievable colors. Those were always fun. You could actually see the music. Like you could see the pulse of the music in the club. It was People would like get big and small, big and small, big and small. It was fun. Shenny, you have all the power. I got the power. I sang that with you, T3. Hell yeah. So did Suzanne. There you go. Truly, the only thing I need a woman for is to pull my ear hairs. I mean, why don't you just get one of those little clippers? They have them. Otherwise, buy like the wax, the hot wax, and you put that around like a popsicle stick or a Q-tip, and you put that in your ear real quick. You turn it, and right out it goes. I know I did this whole like video marathon of watching people get waxed. Oh my god, I would sit there and like flinch for them. It was the one that kills me. Like I've been waxed and it hurts, okay, but you get over it. The one I don't think I could ever do is, you ever see the ones of they put the sticks with the wax on the end up their nose and pull their nose. Do you know how that hurts? I mean, I've accidentally pulled on a nose hair and it's like your eyes tear up and then your nose starts running and you're like, oh my God, it's a horrible pain. I can't imagine doing like all that. And then like that hair is there for a purpose. They get that, right? Because if it's not there and you like your nose is running or whatever, it's just going to run right out of your nose and in front of everybody else. You don't have a chance to like blow your nose or like catch it or whatever. That's no, stop it. Like, no. And it hurts. Oh my God. Nose hair pulling hurts. I mean, trim it a little bit. All right, fine. Like, I don't want to see like bushes coming out of your nostrils, but there's no need to remove all of it. I think that can't be good for you. Um, they are so loud. My daughter is so loud, but they must be in a good mood because she's like, da, 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 da. She's got her like happy tone. Hated turning 50, started to have hair stick out of places I never had them before, so she's gonna have to be versatile. She's gonna have to be flexible too. You got like ear hair, nose hair. Men, I don't know what happens to men's eyebrows. Like you usually have your eyebrows under control most of your life, and then you hit like 55, 60, and automatically they're just these giant caterpillars that never stop growing. Like they go to bed and wake up and it's like Bushmen across their forehead. But yet there's no hair on the top of their head. So I guess it migrates down the older you get. Like you stop growing hair on your head and grow it on your face and like out of orifices and shit like that. I don't know. I know women have less and less hair on their legs as they age. Like, and it's a weird thing. Till eventually when you're old, you have like no hair anywhere. Like at all. Except maybe your chin. And my grandmother taught me very early, you stand by the window in the sunlight with a magnifying mirror and a tweezers, and you don't stop until it's all gone. And you do it every day because for some reason, chin hair like grows like 2 inches long overnight. And you were fine yesterday, and today it's like Bushman. Like, no, you have a full Jack Murphy going on. I don't have that problem like to that degree, but I'll get like the stray one here and there, and it annoys me. She used to sit there and I'd be talking to her and she'd sit there stroking like her jawline or like the bottom of her chin. And I'd be like, what are you doing? I'm feeling for hair. You're feeling for hair. Why? Because if a hair grows, suddenly the world's going to end. And no, I don't want that sticking out. Where are you going? It's literally me and you. There's everybody's dead or moved away. Well, I don't care if you have chin hair. Oh, I can't have that. All right. So I grew up like, oh, I can't have a whisker anywhere. No. Get great. I have tweezers everywhere. There's tweezers in my purse. There's a tweezer in my wallet. There's a tweezer in my friggin' my mason jar that's out in the living room that has my weed in it. Just in case I feel one of those like little prickly hairs. It's like, oh no, wait, I don't even need a mirror. I can do that shit by feel. Just take it and whoop, gone. It's like, gone. I just don't like facial hair on women. There are some men who don't look good in facial hair. When I was younger, I liked the baby face, smooth skin kind of thing. The older I get, the more I like a little stubble. You know, like I don't like the big beards that, like you can house a family of 12 mice in, and probably do. Um, because I mean, think about it. Most of them look like they half swallowed a skunk and just the tail is sticking out. Uh, if you know, you know. But I do like something that's nice and trim and something that I could like, scratch at or whatever. Especially, if he's doing a certain something and he gives you that little chin rub, oh Lord, you will send me into the stratosphere. Woo! That's an unexpected feeling that feels really good. But anyway, I digress. But yeah, no, I like facial hair now. Like, and I like the gray. Like, not on me, but like on men. I do like a man who's got a little bit of gray going on. I don't know, it makes me take you a little bit more seriously. It's very sexy. Like, and it wasn't when I was younger. But now, like, I look at these young dudes and they're baby face. They have that smooth skin and they're all muscly and tons of hair. And I'm looking at them going, yeah, no, you got no skill. Like you have no life experience. We got nothing to talk about. And I guarantee in bed you're just jackhammering it away. Like you have no idea what you're just happy you're having sex. Like there's no finesse there at all. Like I need somebody who knows his way around. Like I don't care what your body count is. You're with me now. Like you know what you're doing because I know what I'm doing. Good. Let's do it together. I can appreciate experience means a lot. When I was young, no. When it was all about the flash. Like not the flashes in quickness because they were all quick like that when they were young. Like I said, they were just so happy that we're having sex. Um, but yeah, no, for the hair thing that drove me crazy until I hit 40. And then I was like, oh, now I get it. Because I could sit here and like I'll feel around my chin and be like, no, smooth, smooth, smooth. What's that? Oh, damn it. Just feel that one little like starting bump. And it's like, no, where's my tweezer? I gotta find it. I will dig that shit out. I spent the entire day baking yesterday and I'm about to start up a storm in the kitchen again. Awesome. Awesome. I hope you're baking something good. I wish I had some. Ellie said, Shelly, second link was the CIA hiring a psychic to find the Ark of the That one's a couple years old, right? Because I'm pretty sure I saw that one. I saw a couple of them with them trying to find the Ark, and I think one of them was the FBI one. That might have been like a year or two ago that I saw it. Yeah, they hire people for the weirdest shit. I can't. Snipperoonie said, used to make fun of my high school biology teacher for all his ear hairs. Karma's a bitch. It is. It is. Tacky Scooter. Hey, y'all. How you doing, honey? Look at that. I'm only 8 minutes behind. That's because there's only a couple of you left. How you doing? Welcome, welcome. Oh, Starlight. There we go. How you doing, honey? Glad you're here. Glad you're here. Last said I went to esthetician school. There you go. I said it right. Esthetician school. And my favorite part was waxing people because it didn't hurt me at all, right? It's a sadistic kind of thing. Yeah, I've done that. Like when I've had to like wax like Katie's mustache or whatever, because she could go full Cheech and Chong. Like my daughter has like that comes from the Spanish side of her family. Like she could rock the Magnum PI look. So I have always waxed her mustache. And she hates it. And I'm just like, rip he and it's just some weird gleeful thing. Because I don't like doing it to myself, and I have a very, very like thin, like sparse bit of hair, but I like to get it all. But for her, that's a lot. Think like waxing somebody's armpit. Like it's a lot of hair. And she hates it. And I just get this like sick glee when I do it. I'm like, oh, I'll put ice on it. You'll be fine. Just splash some cold water. I went back to back to my childhood nickname from my grandparents. Oh, you went back to your childhood nickname. Tacky Scooter. Why'd they call you Tacky Scooter? There's a story there I feel like I need to know. You don't have to tell me, but I kind of want to know it now. Shanny Graham says, "Oh, don't be talking about my chin hair. It started becoming an issue 3 years ago. It will happen. It sucks. It does. It does. It does." Heidi, no Brazilians, I hope. You never got a Brazilian, Heidi? She's asking less. I mean, it's a little awkward when you go to somebody for a Brazilian. It's a lot more awkward if you try to do it yourself because I'm bendy, but I'm not that bendy, and people tend to interrupt me, and then things go badly. So I won't go there. I just won't. Like I did like the landing strip and everything myself, and it was not fun. I would rather just pay somebody else to do it. We had the place in Hoboken called the Pretty Kitty. It was right next to the main mobster pizza place and my nail salon that I used to go to. So I would hit the nail salon, go get the Pretty Kitty done, and then reward myself with a slice of Benny Tadino's pizza. And it was just like that was my pamper me afternoon. And then on the way I'd stop in the sex shop and pick up like something. Because they were all like right in a row. It was great. And then just 2 blocks from my house, I didn't even have to go far. But yeah, like we had the Pretty Kitty, and the first time I went, I was so embarrassed. I was just like, "Oh my god, oh my god." And I was like, "Please." And she was like, "Listen, I do this all day." She's like, "I've done this for years. I have seen so many, I don't even see them anymore." She said, "I've probably seen more vagina than a gynecologist." She was like, "I have seen it all. I've seen every like shape, every color, every." She said, "You'd be amazed, like the condition of some of them." Like we were talking about it. And she was like, "You got nothing to worry about." She was very pretty. Thank you very much. Very awkward conversation when somebody compliments your whole, like package down there. And then she launched, she's telling me, trying to distract me and keep my mind occupied about like some horror stories. And I can't even repeat them because I literally was sitting there like, I was like, "Oh God." I was no more. No more. She's like, "So you be proud." I was like, "I am so proud. I'm gonna walk out of here with that on display." She was like, "No." But yes, some of the things she told me, like the condition that she found, things she found in them that people didn't know, the women didn't know they were still there. I was like, "How do you not feel that?" She was like, "She was a hoe." She's like, "She had no feeling there anymore at all." Like, ugh. But I tell you, no matter how bad you think you are, trust me, there are worse people out there. Be proud of what you got. But yeah, Brazilians can get very awkward because you got to like help them. You got to spread things, and there's a whole reaction, and then there's swelling, and it's just this weird thing. It's very weird. Susanna, I scared the living hell out of Harlem this morning. Oh no, as I woke up with my face covered in blood from a nosebleed. No, honey, caused by my oxygen tube and being on blood thinners. It looked bad. I'm sure it did. I hope you're okay now, though. I hope you're okay. Yeah, that could be really scary. Oh, poor thing. I hope he's okay. Give him a hug for me, okay? Tacky Scooter said I have tweezers for my stickers. For your stickers, that's what you call them? Because they're really that the little chin hairs, they're like you feel like they can cut a bitch because they're really like hard and like jagged. It's like, oh my god, like how is that? Isn't hair supposed to be flexible? Not those. That's good though because they're easy to grab with the tweezers. Last said I enjoyed waxing a man's chest. We got soccer players and a swimmer that came to the school salon on the regular. Oh yeah, all of our swimmers used to go and get waxed, but a friend of mine, Mike from college, he was a bodybuilder and he used to compete. So they have this thing where they have no body hair at all. And they're big, bulky dudes. They can't always reach everywhere. And the little Speedos that they wear are very, very little. So sometimes like he used to get like back hair And he didn't like to wax. He shaved because he shaved like every day. And wax wasn't really a thing at the time. I mean, some of them did it, but most of them just shaved. And I went over to his room to hang out one night, and he was like, he's shaving his legs and he's shaving his arms. And I'm looking at him, and I was like, really? He was like, my arms are tired. He was like, and I want to smoke a L. He was like, would you shave my chest and my back? I was like, honestly, not the request I thought I was going to get when I came over here, but all right, let's fine. And I did. I had to learn how to like shave him. And it was so funny because even with the safety razor, I was afraid of cutting him. But he was all shiny. He put the baby oil on after. I was like, ooh, look at you. You're all glistening. You look gay. And he was like, thanks. I was like, I'm just saying. I was like, a man with no body hair, you look gay. You know, like, there's no way around that. You're all like oiled up. I feel like you should be going off to like, some chapless place or whatever. But yeah, assless chaps. But yeah, it was bad. It was bad. Um, you say you enjoyed waxing man's chest. The first image I got in my head was 40-year-old virgin. That's the first thing I thought of. That was horrible. There's no way if you did that to a guy, they don't bleed. You're pulling up skin at that point. Snipperoni, how about a long graying goatee? No, I like goatees. I don't like the big bushy beards. I didn't used to have a problem with them, and now I do. If you know, you know. But yeah, that's just not attractive. Like to me, because a lot of people that have the big bushy ones, they don't maintain them, and I don't want that shit. My father had a really big bushy brown beard, and it was always dirty, and it had ashes in it, and it had food in it. It was just gross. So yeah, I have a problem. I like a man who's well maintained. You can have you want long hair, just take care of your long hair. You want to have a beard, take care of your beard. You want whatever, just take care of it. That's it. Or I'm going to take care of it. And you don't always like the way I'm going to take care of it. My ex-husband, he with the long hair, and there was no shape to it, and it was always frizzy, and he didn't like to wash it every time, so it would get oily. And it would get in my face in bed. And I was just like, no, this has to go. And he was like, I love my hair. I was like, yeah, but you look so much better with it short. And he was like, all right, you can cut a little bit of it off. Man, I gave him practically a whiffle. He was like, you cut it so short. You look good though. Embrace it. I'm growing it out. All right. I can deal with you growing it out for the next 2 years. I won't be around. It's fine. But I mean, he knew I was going to cut it short. He was pretending like he didn't think I was. But I mean, I warned him so many times, I will cut all your hair off. Do not put that scissor in my hand. You could say, here, trim my hair, and I will trim your hair. But if I tell you your hair is all dead, it all needs to go. If you give me that scissor, I'm going to cut all your hair off. I'm not fucking with you. I'm telling you, I am going to cut all your hair off. You're the idiot that put the scissor in my hand, and you're the idiot who was surprised when I followed through with what I said I was going to do. I don't just do it sneakily. I don't do it as a secret. It's not like I'm doing it because I want to do it and fuck whatever you say. I'm telling you, if you give me that scissor, I'm cutting all your hair off. You hand me the scissor. What do you think is going to follow? I'm going to cut all your hair off. And yet he was surprised. See, I think you're just asking for trouble. But yeah, he did look better with the short hair. He didn't look so much like Buffalo Bill, the serial killer from Silence of the Lambs. Because he looked exactly like him. Exactly like him. It was scary. They didn't want me to leave work when he came to pick me up. Because they're like, no, you can't go with him. He looks like the Silence of the Lambs killer. I was like, stop. I should have listened. I should have listened. I do want you to be aware you can go get that waxed. Oh yeah, you can go get that waxed. Just hurts. I might after ask about that. Nice. Many things can get waxed, well, unless you're allergic to the wax. Yeah, there's that. I'm not allergic to the wax, but there's certain areas of my body that do not respond well to the hot wax. So it's just better to use like a depilatory cream or just shave it. Because yeah, there's some parts of me I don't want to damage. When you go into game again, need to test out if we could talk over my laptop. Snipperoonie wants to game with you, Shenny. Woo woo. Yep, coconut curry chicken for dinner. Nice. I'm not a huge fan of curry because we've been there. I'm making donuts today. I am a fan of homemade donuts though. I don't like the store bought ones. And Dunkin' Donuts is like the worst. Ugh. Ugh. It leaves. They're so oily. It's so weird. I have found that not only am I allergic to bees, now I'm allergic to their wax, and it sucks. Oh man, really? That sucks for candles and stuff. I love beeswax candles. They just burn different. That means you're also allergic to honey. Are you allergic to honey? That would suck. Coming to Discord tonight. Let's check it out. Different personalities in voice from chat. So I like to figure people out via voice. Yeah, that is something. You're done eating by 2 p.m. Good job, lady. Good job. I'm very proud of all of you that are doing these huge lifestyle changes and you're sticking to it. You're healthier. Good for you. I've been trying that little by little, little by little. Ellie said, I have never gotten crotch waxing. I got eyebrow waxing when I was pregnant. They're very, very different. They're very, very different. First of all, they don't ask you to hold anything open when they wax your eyebrows. And you never lay there going, please, 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 please don't rip my skin. Please don't rip my skin. Please don't rip my skin. Yeah, no. And there's no squatting when they have to do your eyebrows. And if there is, you're doing it wrong. Or you waited way too long to do your eyebrows. But yeah, no, the whole crotch waxing. The Brazilian, though, that's the whole thing. It's the crotch and butt. So basically, they get you on all fours. Like they usually, the ones that I've had, they do like the front and then they do the middle. Then you got to flip over, get on all fours. You're basically face first into whatever you're laying on or kneeling on. And you have to grab your cheeks and like really like open up. And it's just like, okay. And they're like, hold that position. Well, what else am I going to do? You just pray. There's no fire. There's nothing because you just like fucking kill me. Let me die in the fire. I'm not running out of here naked with like wax on my asshole. Like it's just not going to happen. Yeah, women go through some weird shit to make men happy. Weird shit. I don't know if I'm willing to do that anymore, but I don't know. It depends. It depends on what the reward is going to be. If I get a cookie, if it's a good cookie, then yeah, I'll do it every day. Oddly enough, I have to say at Heidi, I haven't had any noticeable problems with honey yet. Although it may blister my innards and I just don't know about it. After my lips blistered from using it more than petroleum lipstick, I decided to use it to color my cheeks. That was a month ago and my cheeks are still. Oh my God, honey, why would you put it on your cheeks? Why didn't you test it on like the inside of your wrist or something? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I hope you're okay. You poor thing. Heidi said Brazilians are painful. No, I've never. I worked in a salon once upon a time and heard all sorts of yelps from the esthetician performing them. I was the scheduler and I had to know about each procedure. Oh yeah, that almost put me off doing it, except I had already paid and it was not exactly cheap. And I heard the girl in the room. First you hear the rip, and she let out a sound so high pitched, only me and the neighborhood dogs heard her. Oh my God. I was like, no, I don't want to play this game anymore. Like, no, I want to go home. I want to go home. I want to go home. Fuck it. Nothing's this important. And the girl came out. She was like, she's just really sensitive. She was like, you'll be fine. How do you know? How do you know I'm not super sensitive? Like, come on, maybe I'm going to feel more than her. I was ready to cry. I was shaking, laying there like, oh my God, oh my God. Because I remember how much it hurt to wax my legs. I was like, oh no, please. But she was very nice and it was all numbed up first. And it was like a cold pack. And she did like a cold pack and a hot pack and whatever. Like the cold pack came after. But there was like a hot pack. You really do get pampered. It's just, it feels weird to be pampered in that way. But yeah, no, I remember that yell. I could hear it. Like I could literally sit here and I hear that yell. And I remember I shook from head to toe. Well, really from toe to head because it started in my legs and it just kind of until it worked its way out of the top of my head. But I was just like, I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this. I don't want to. I don't want to. I don't want to. I don't want to. I don't want. I don't want to do this. And they're like, you'll be fine. Don't be a chicken shit. It was like, ugh. I actually had to get double dog dared to go and do the whole thing. But yeah, it was, yeah, that was not pleasant. Tacky said, I have an actual sticker collection. I collect stationery. Oh, that's cool. That's very cool. I used to have a stamp collection and a coin collection. I don't know what the hell happened to the stamps, but I sold the coin collection so that I could, buy my daughter a crib. I'm not a fan of getting waxed except eyebrows. I wax my own eyebrows. Yeah, I have the wax warmer. I'll be damned. Once prices started going like skyrocketing in my town, I was not paying $70 to get my eyebrows waxed when it's like 5 hairs. Like, no, like I'll do it my goddamn self. So I just learned to do it myself. And I bought the professional wax warmer. And that works because I could do all sorts of stuff. And I put out the alert. I'm like, anybody needs anything waxed? The wax is ready. Like Connor comes in. He's like, just do in between my eyebrows because I never want to look like my father. I'm like, all right. And Katie always shows up for her mustache and her pits because she doesn't like to shave her armpits because it constantly keeps growing back real fast. And the waxing, as long as we stay on top of it, like the first one hurts. But after that, it grows back so much thinner and so much slower that she's just like, oh, this is better. So yeah, she makes me wax her armpits. And it's like, all right, whatever. See, to be a girl. Oh, that procedure. Yeah. Washi tape. What's washi tape? Washi tape? Okay. I don't know what that is. I'll have to look that up. What is washi tape? Oh, my son loves those. He collects those. Yeah, he does. I don't know. He's had an obsession with those since he was little, and he still buys them when he sees them in the store. Yeah, he's got like literally dozens and dozens of rolls of that tape. I totally get it. Totally get it. If I ever decide to do like scrapbooking or whatever, that's perfect. I could use all that tape as like borders and shit. But for the most part, he's like, don't touch it. He knows exactly how many he's got, what patterns he's got, because he could go to a store and be like, I don't have. My mother's like, you have ones with flowers. He's like, no, not those kind of flowers. That's a different kind of flower. I have sunflowers, but I need the tape to have this. And I kind of want a black one with like white and like purple and it's like, he's so specific. And I'm like, what do you use it for? I don't. Okay, whatever. Like, there are a lot of different things people collect for no freaking reason at all. I'm like, whatever. As long as it's not like Funko Pops, because those are way more expensive than tape. And they're way bulkier. They take up way too much room. They're just dust collectors. Snipper said, serious question. I'm sort of showing my abs. Okay. At 55, that's a pretty big thing. Trying to build them up more for summer. Do I shave my chest and belly or is that too gay? I mean, it just depends on what you prefer. You can shave them if you want them, but let me warn you, when you shave things, they don't always grow back uniformly or at all. So if you have like a nice little sprinkling or like a blanket of hair that's very even or whatever, if you like how it looks, then I wouldn't fuck with it. Because when you shave all that off, one, you're going to feel weird. Two, you're going to itch like crazy as it grows back. If you have curly hair, you might wind up with a couple ingrown hairs, which really, really suck. They hurt and they might not grow back in all the places. So you might wind up with patchiness going across your chest and belly. You can, if I'm just saying, if you can get a hair clipper, if it's like too bushy, you could just do like 1/4 inch or like 1/2 inch. Just don't, I don't recommend you doing it down to the skin at your age because you don't know what's going to grow back. But you can trim it. They have the little trimmers that, leave hair behind, but like very well groomed. That's a thing you could do. Like instead of going from one extreme to another, hit the middle ground. I'm worried about the itching when I let it grow back. Well, see, if you make it like really short, then it's going to be as if you're shaved, but you're not going to have any of the pitfalls of, it growing back or not growing back. Might get a tattoo on my chest, so I'd hate to just have a patch off there anyway. Yeah, I could see that, but I wouldn't shave that. They're only going to shave that portion and like a little bit around it so they could put the tape on it. But seriously, think about just trimming with the manscaping trimmer. T3, I used to be the baker for a few different donut shops. Ooh, that means they're yummy. Nice. I love anything homemade. Unless my mother's cooking it. But yeah, homemade is always better. Scrapbook paper and paints here. I'd have to pare down. Yeah, my son thinks I collect paper because I literally have like every color of paper because I was always making like big flowers, paper gardens for classrooms. I needed every color and I can't part with it. Last had herb seasoned chicken on the Foreman grill with sauteed Brussels sprouts in bacon grease. That sounds fucking delicious. All I had was 2 teaspoons of egg salad this morning because I woke up late and I ran through the kitchen trying to clean up everything before they got home, before I started the show. And then I ran in here and I got my C4. Hopefully, we'll have something decent for dinner. Shenny said, because I like my wrists, my face, I don't have to see. Really? It's not a horrible thing. It's just a lesson learned thing. Just tiny blisters and scabs. I do now wonder about my innards, though. Yeah, I know. I always worry about like stuff like that. I'm like, oh my god, if my outsides are reacting like this, what the hell do my insides look like? Like, do they still make Nair? Yeah, they do. They still have the depilatory cream. Yeah, they still make it. And it still stinks as bad as it always did. I don't know why they make that stuff in a way that it can't smell pleasant. There's got to be a way to make Nair not make you feel like the nose hairs are burning like to cinders. Horrible. Absolutely horrible. Les said, yes, I use it. If you dare wear short shorts, who wears short shorts? Nair before short shorts. Yep. We wear short shorts. Yep. That was written by the dude that was in the Four Seasons, the Jersey group, because everything is coming up Jersey. I need to wax my sack. That would hurt. No reason in particular. Yeah, no reason except you just like pain. That's fine. The older you get, the more dangerous it is to wax your sack, right? Because they hang lower, there's more skin, and there's more, room for tearage. So I wouldn't do that. Again, get yourself a manscaper and just zip, 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 just trim. Sometimes I do nothing but hangs down that far. I don't, what? Like, I don't know where that came from, but that was a weird follow-up to the last thing that I read. Suzanne said, "As you age, no more leg hair or underarm. There's a lot less hair everywhere." Just saying, just saying. Which is a good thing because less to wax. Uh, just hanging there from your shirts. I can't with you people. Uh, Last said, "I prefer unshaven men. No need to shave unless you're a swimmer or something." Like, I I don't have any hair on my chest. I want to be able to lay on my man and run like my fingers through a little bit of chest hair. I don't want you to like, I don't want to wake up, turn around and think I'm with like Magilla Gorilla over here. But like, I like little patches of chest hair. Like I do. I want to like run my nails through it and just it's manly. It's comforting to me. And like guys go out and they wax everything and I'm like, dude, you do a better job waxing your body than I've ever gotten done to mine. Like, this is don't role reverse here. I'm the girl. Like, I want you to look like a dude. I want you to smell like a dude. I want you to feel like a dude. I don't want to reach next to me in the middle of the night and be like, "Oh my god, is that a chick?" Like, no. Like, if there's a chick next to me, I want to be aware of it. But I want to be able to reach out and know you're there and know it feels like somebody who I'm safe with. And the chest hair does equate to that. My favorite thing on a man, and I don't think I've ever admitted this out loud, is a happy trail. Because that is my path to, what I love most. But I do love a well-kept happy trail. Like, dude, lead me to paradise. Go ahead. I will follow the yellow brick road. Like, I will skip down that bitch. Let's go. But that's a huge turn on for me. Oh my goodness. That is a huge turn on. It doesn't have to be dark. It's just that light, like happy trail going. It's just like, point me in the right fucking direction. Let's go. I haven't seen a happy trail in many, many moons. Many, many moons. Might want to listen to the pain and the ingrown hair part of what she said. Because ouch. Yeah, especially if you get a bitch to help you pull the ingrown out. Those ingrown hairs, they are prone to infection too. Because you don't usually see them until they flare up and now it's infected and you're in for literally like months of pain and drainage. You don't want that on your balls. Like, you don't want that anywhere. So just be careful. I don't get ingrown hairs. My hair is fabulous, damn it. Oh, Lord. Hair toss. Now I'm picturing you as Pretty Deadly. Don't do that, because now I got to picture Bobby in one of those weird-ass halter tops. I hate that tag team. I hate them. Winnie thinks it's hilarious because they come out and I'm like, ugh. I can't stand them. There's a lot of wrestlers I don't like. They're at the top of my list. They just annoy the shit out of me. Pretty Deadly. They're like, fabulous. It's the outfits. I don't even care if they're flamboyant. It's, whatever. Do your shtick. But the outfit with the halter top that covers their shoulders, goes down their arms, and cuts out right above where their pecs start. And then the rest is bare. And it's just a bad look. It's not attractive. They don't shave either. They have like hairy chest. I don't like it. That's a huge turn off. Huge turn. Men are not supposed to wear belly shirts. They're just not. They're just not. They're not even belly shirts. They're not long enough to be belly shirts. I hate them. Yes, there's Nair and a product for more sensitive areas. Yes. There's also electrolysis, or there's the laser hair removal. I did want to try that out. I never tried that. I did want to try that. Unless you mean ingrown sack hair. Yes. Then that's not good. Harlem didn't get the size he is without my cooking and baking, right? You grew a giant. The kid is freaking tall. And he's not done yet. Yeah, shave it into your part of your body and it changes the feel. Because when you shave, you cut hair at the skin so the hair doesn't feel right when it grows back. No, and it's all prickly and like my mother, I used to feel her legs when I was little because she would put her legs over my lap when we were watching TV. Because why not? And I would be like, oh my God, through her socks, I could feel the hair. And I'd be like, oh my God, like, why? You're like a cactus. Why do you keep sticking me with your hair? And she was like, oh, you'll have that one day. I never had that. Nope. No. I was very careful about that. I was like, nope, nope. I'm not walking around like a cactus. It's not going to happen. Unlike waxing that pulls hair from the follicle, and when the hair grows back, the different layers of skin act as a file so the hair is softer when it grows back. Look at you with the education. I love it. I love it. See, I have somebody who knows the technical terms for everything and the science behind it. So I'm not full of shit. Thank you, lady. I never understood why it grew back different when you wax, though. Um, so that hair toss, honey, I saw it, and the look in your face with the grin. Oh, hell yeah. Finished grading and updating the gradebook. Yay! You got your homework done, Ellie. That's good. Glad we could be here just to keep you company at least. Allergic to Nair type products. You are allergic, Heidi. You're allergic to a lot of stuff. I don't know what I'm allergic to because I don't pay it much mind. I know that I'm allergic to aspirin and latex. And I learned that late in life because I avoided condoms, so why would I know? But yeah, no, I didn't know that I was allergic to latex until I wound up Angelina Joe lips uh in school. Just I was sitting there going, why am I hot? Why is my face hot? Oh my God, what's happening? Like my lips were huge. My poor doctor, I went to the doctor, my face was fine. My lips went just like, oh my God. They were bleeding. They were so big. And he's like, he's giving me pills, giving me pills, giving pills in the office. He was like, take this. All right, well, wait 10 minutes. Take this one now. Wait 10 minutes. Here's a cracker. Take this one. He gave me so many steroids. And I was just like, oh my God. And then he was like, oh, by the way, they're going to make you groggy. Oh, I probably shouldn't have made you take those at home. Son of a bitch. Because I had to walk by myself to go home. I don't know how I got there. I remember calling my mother when she was at work and I was like, he gave me steroids and I don't know what to do. So I'm walking. Oh, it's a car. That car almost hit me, some bitch. Like I was so out of it. And then she like called my house and my son answered the phone. He was like maybe 9. She was like, unlock the door because mommy had to take steroids or whatever at the doctor and let her in and make sure she goes to bed. And he took care of me. But oh my God, it was so funny. I think it was no, he might have been that was when he was 11 that happened. But yeah, he was like, I got her. He was like, I got her. But yeah, I was all messed up because I had to take those damn things for like 2 weeks. It took almost 2 full days for my lips to go back to normal. Like that's how bad of a reaction I had to latex. So I was like, I'll never do that again. I mean, well, it was a look. Maybe just a slight allergic reaction, not as big as the one that I had before. Yeah, Bobby's weird. Bobby said, "You're weird. We're all weird. That's why we're here." Because it really is a happy trail. It really is, honey. Some of them are like, a highway, like a stairway to heaven, and some of them are just a stairway to hell. So some of them are not worth it. Like you just want to skip the yellow brick road and go right to Oz and say, "Ha ha, I see behind the curtain." But yeah, no, I do. Like my brain has supplied a certain person's happy trail many, many times, and I'm just like, don't get too excited because you don't want to be disappointed. But yeah, like that's a huge turn on for me. That'll do it every time. And all you gotta do is just leave me alone, let me play. You just lay back, relax. I will do everything. And if I'm talking to somebody, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to that. Like, just leave me alone. Let me be in my happy place. And you just reap the benefits and the rewards and go to sleep afterwards. And then when you wake up, I'll have your sandwich ready. But like Yeah, I do. See, now I can't stop thinking about it. I keep picturing it. Ugh. Anyway, moving on. Not going to shave, I guess. Good, Sniffer. Like I really think you'd be upset if you did. Just do a really close trim. And then if you like that, you stick with that. If you don't like it, then maybe shave like a patch on the side where it's not so like obvious and see how it grows back. And if you like the feel or the look or whatever, and it doesn't give you a problem, then you could do the whole freaking thing with more confidence. But never, that's like when we do the hair test for like dyeing our hair, you're supposed to test a strand. I don't do that, but you're supposed to test a strand to see, how long to leave it on, how well it takes, if you have a reaction. It's the same thing with shaving. Don't do the whole thing. Do like a small patch of similarly haired skin that nobody's going to notice. And then just, keep an eye on that. And if that works out, then you should be good. You have a certain degree of confidence going forward that it'll be okay. But don't just shave and then be like, oh, well, whatever happens, happens, because that's a bad road to go down. Like, you don't want to go down that road. Ellie Funk, good luck with that next week. Is all tests for this, but oh no. Oh no. Shenny said, no, Bobby, I wasn't talking about an ingrown sack. I was talking about the pubes getting pissy when you end their long life and they may not push out. It can be a bitch to pull them out then. Yeah. Yeah. You don't want rebellious pubes. The way this conversation has gone is not what I was thinking, but you know what? That's all right. Real talk, real talk. Ingrown sack. As long as you don't have an inverted sack, because that would be bad. Well, then you'd have something large down there, and don't sit on them. You know what Jeff said? The older you get, the longer they get. When you sit on them, it fucking hurts. I can't unhear that scream. I can't unhear it. Like, it makes me laugh every time. When he redid that scream, that gummy bears and sitting on your sack. Those are the two memories that pop out about Jeff. It fucking makes me laugh. Hilarious. I screamed like a girl. Like, the worst thing you could ever do is when you get older, you sit down and sometimes you sit on your balls and it hurts. He was so just like, let me tell you. Let me tell you what happened to me. And I sat on them and I let out a scream. It was like that shit always makes me. I was having such a bad day the day he told that story. And I usually used to miss him at that point because I was always doing the other show. And I didn't do the show because somebody didn't want to do the show or whatever. I don't remember why. And I was just really down and like nothing was making me feel better. And I saw he was live and I was like, oh, fuck it. Let me go say hi. And he was supposed to be talking about some like maritime thing. And I went in and he launched into that story within like 5 minutes. Oh my God. I almost peed my pants. I laughed so hard. I could not. I was like, thank God I'm not on camera because I couldn't breathe. I couldn't breathe. I was literally like half out of my chair, holding my ribs, holding my stomach, like trying not to pee on myself and like hacking, coughing because I couldn't breathe, going, oh my God, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Because he just, the way he told it. When you get older, it's a problem. When you get older, things don't stay up where they used to be and you forget. It was like, oh my God, that launched into like a 2-hour conversation about balls hitting the water in the toilet because they hang. So it was like, oh my God, why? Why am I here? Some people might not want to be remembered for that. I think he'd be proud that that's what I remember most. Glad to know I made an impression on you. Glad to know I made an impression. Oh my god. Oh, I'm crying over here, but they're good tears. My eyes are watering from laughing. T3, you saw me before on my long ass sparkly hair. I mean, you sparkle all over, Edward. Uh, oh no. Oh, I just cut the holes out around the nipples. No, stop it. Suzanne said only 6'4". He still has 9 years of growing to go yet. T3, the doctor figures he'll be about 7 feet tall. Jesus Christ. I'm trying to imagine the clothing bill. Like at that point, can you even shop at Big and Tall? Or are you just gonna make this shit yourself? Just take 2 pairs of pants and like sew them together. And the sneakers, like the shoes, it's gonna be what, like a size 17, 18? Those are gonna be hard to find. Special order only and expensive as shit. See, that's why I like being short because everything in the world caters to short people. Because nobody buys them shit. It's all the little stuff. You go to like the Chinese made stuff is perfect for short people because we got little feet, it's like we're good. Well, happy trails to you. Happy trails are here again. Yeah, no, but I knew what you were talking about. Dun, dun, dun. Happy trails to you. I know the song. What was that? Roy Rogers? Was that Roy Rogers? I think it was. You're allergic to aspirin? Well, that sucks. That's because I ate the St. Joseph kids aspirin my entire childhood. And so I built up this weird, like, I don't know, toxicity to it. So if I take in any kind of aspirin, my body immediately expels it. And I do mean immediately. Like, and violently. So yeah, no, I'm allergic to it. And it's gonna suck if I ever have to take like heart medication, but it is what it is. I'll find a supplement. It's fine. Or I'll die. And that's fine too. I just said, yes, I am, unfortunately. I feel you, babe. I feel you. I hate when people are allergic to stuff because it's just like I want to make them things and I'm like, oh, that's in there. I can't make it for them. So I got to think of something else. And I'm just like, but because I know you would love the dish that I want to make for you, but it's just like, I can't do it because they're going to have an allergic reaction. That's why my son doesn't eat chocolate because he was always worried about cross contamination with peanuts because there's no guarantee of there not being even like peanut dust in any kind of chocolate, especially like Hershey's or whatever. So he would never touch it. So now he just doesn't like chocolate. I tried Nair once. It gave me rashes. Never again. Nair can be kind of nasty, but the smell, it's so noxious. They're like, oh, it's got a pleasant smell. Pleasant smell to do what? Peel paint off the wall? Because that shit is strong. The only time I used to use Nair is if it was a nice day and I could go out and sit in the yard. Because my grandma was like, I know you're not going to smell up my house with that crap. No, because you could smell it in every room. Every room. She was like, go outside and do that. All right, no problem. Then get the hose right off. For sensitive skin, my ass. You people keep doubting me, but I'm perfect. I'm happy for you, Bobby. You go be perfect. Even if you have to attach a laser to it, you go be perfect. Heidi, I'm allergic to aspirin, yet they have me on blood thinners. Go figure. I mean, it's just, what are you on, like Coumadin or something like that? Because my grandmother, she used to take the aspirin, but they had her on Coumadin for the longest time, and then she didn't want to take it anymore, so she just switched to half an aspirin a day, and she was fine. Ellie said, "You fart? Doubtful. Kidding at Bobby." Yeah, no men fart. No, they don't fart. They don't burp. Listen, if you don't fart and burp, I wonder about you. I wonder. Because that just means not only are you full of shit, you're full of gas too. So just let it. I'd rather you let it out with a fart than you're words. Like, just don't talk a whole lot of hot air. Just burp and be done with it. And then say, excuse me, because manners. Uh, Latex and blown up lips. What were you doing? I was blowing up balloons. I mean, think about it. It was, and it happened for parents' night because we were having back to school night. And kindergarten class, the teacher that I was with wanted there to be balloons. Well, we didn't have one of those little compressor things. Now I have two of those compressor machines. But I used to blow the balloons up by mouth because that's what you did. However, she bought a very cheap kind of balloon, and it had like all this like powder all over the outside of it and whatever. And was she blowing them up? No. So I blew them up, and then all the parents come in, and I'm sitting there going, why is it so hot in here? Oh my God, why is my face hot? What the hell is going on? And this one dude was standing there with his wife, and he's looking at me, and his eyes were getting bigger, and he was like, he's pointing outside, and I'm like, what the fuck does he want? And he was like, outside, outside, outside. And I was like, so he got up, went by the door. I followed. And I was like, what's the matter? And he was like, is the nurse here? And I was like, well, are you okay? I was like, why? What do you need? And he was like, no, for you. I was like, why? What's wrong with me? He goes, you don't feel that? I was like, feel what? And like, he goes, your lips. I reached out. I was like, oh my God, because my lips were not where they normally were. My fingers touched my lips about 2 seconds before I expected them to. And I was like, oh my God. Like, he goes, they're getting bigger. And I was, no. And I said, could you just tell G that I got to run upstairs to the nurse? Because I was like, oh God, just let me. But that's exactly what happened. And the nurse was like, you're lucky you didn't get the inside of your mouth all swollen. I was like, I wasn't sucking the balloons in. I was pushing the air out. And she was like, lucky. I was like, no, just that's the way it works. Like, it wasn't lucky. It's that I'm not stupid and I know how to blow up a balloon. But yeah, it was bad. It was so bad. I mean, my whole body started sweating because the pain was so bad. And I had to go to like one of the 24-hour clinics. And luckily, it's a 24-hour health clinic, but that's where my doctor at the time also was, because that's all my insurance would pay for. And I went there, and he happened to be on shift. And I was just like, and he was like, oh my God, I take this and take this and take this. That's why when I wandered home, I was wandering through the dark. I had no idea where I was. My mother would, she was like doing everything. And Connor was like, okay, I unlocked the door. Like, it was bad. It was bad. It was bad. But it was bad. Oh. But yeah, it took like, I don't know, maybe like an hour for it to kick in. And then it just wouldn't stop. But it took 2 days before I could get them even relatively normal. And I refused to go to work. I went to work the first day. They called me Angelina Joe Lips. I was like, I'm going home. And I was like, no, I'm going home. They're like, no, come back. Don't hit the door. Your lips are going to get there before you do. Fuck you. Yeah, it was bad. Yes, that's perfection. Latex and blown up. Yeah, I know. Well, I mean, what do you want from me? What? You're talking to? Yeah, the girl never had a conversation with it. I mean, according to you, it would be a short conversation. Like, it would be the definition of small talk. But no, for me, I like have big, deep conversations with things. When they're there and it's interesting, that's a lot to swallow. Just saying. Well, that's an awkward conversation to be a third wheel to. Nah, it's amusing. Trust me. Even when it's attached to you. I mean, the hope is that I get attached to it. So just let me do what I'm going to do. Snipperoonie said, from the neck down, I'm pretty good. That top part is screwed up. Aw, you're so stupid. Stop it. Something large down there. All righty. I didn't need the visual, but thank you. I'm thinking I'd get jealous of my own junk. Really? I mean, do you really want to talk to her anyway? Think about it. I mean, you're getting like pleasured and she's talking to something that's not going to talk back and you don't even have to pay attention. And then afterwards you get a sandwich. So like, where's the bad? I don't get it. as Charles would say, what if I say, Charles, what do you call that? Ideal. You call that ideal. Okay. Some blood thinners are not in the NSAID class, but keep an eye on your stuff, hon. Yeah, be very careful. Be very careful and stay away from any kind of statins. I didn't realize how quickly that Lipitor messed up my brain until like when it was like, why are you like, I couldn't talk. I broke down on stream because I couldn't type anything. Like nothing that was in my brain was coming out correctly. If I thought the word book, I said the word milk. I typed the word string. Like nothing was, cooperating. Like nothing was on board. Like nobody was on the same wavelength or the same page. And I couldn't figure out why. And it was killing me. I literally sat there with him one night and I was hysterical because I thought I was getting dementia. And we started going over like, well, what's changed? And I was like, nothing. I took all my pills. I took, I said, I took that damn Lipitor. He was like, wait, what? And I was like, I took the Lipitor. And when did you go on Lipitor? I was like, they put me on it in the hospital. Why? I don't know. He said I needed to be on Lipitor. Oh no. And that started the whole, all right, we got to get Shelly off all these meds type thing. And once I was off the meds, I was fine. I didn't have the brain fog anymore. I didn't have like the trouble that I was having with memory gaps. I didn't have the, suicidal ideation. Like I didn't have the constant dark thoughts. It was such a difference because I was like, oh my God, like I can't describe how I went from looking through like the muddiest, dirtiest window to the world through my mind to this crisp, clear, alert state that I wound up getting in. The difference was so huge. And that's why I'm very hesitant to even talk to doctors because I'm like, no, you just want to drug me up. Like you were literally killing me. Like I want quality of life. I don't care if something hurts a little bit. I will grit my teeth and push through it. I want to experience my life. I don't want to be numb for the time I have here. That's not how I lived my life before, and I'll be damned if I'm going to do it now. So just be very, very careful, honey. Heidi, I have no choice of what they give me if I want to keep on breathing. No. Just make sure you look it up and make sure that there's no bad interactions because they won't tell you. And it might just be you might have to like stagger taking them, like take them a couple hours apart or whatever. Just be careful, okay? Because you're important. I don't want anything to happen to you. I was sitting on them in my teenagers. Big balls, big balls, big balls. Latex sucking. It was latex blowing. Yes, I know. I'm planning to cut my long hair. Snipperoonie. I haven't had. You're just in clipper mode. What's going on? I haven't had short hair since 1990. Even Ted Nugent and Willie Nelson have had short hair phases. Yes, they did. Ted Nugent had when he was, I think he was like hunting a whole bunch and there was like a tick problem. He kept like taking home ticks and fleas and he cut his hair. Depending on the car, you got to ease into the seat. Oh yeah, for the ball thing, I can imagine. Suzanne T3, I'm also making nougat today. Yeah, you gave me that recipe. I have yet to make it because before I couldn't get in my kitchen, and now I don't want to treat nobody here. Fuck them. I know how to make so many things that I'm just like, yeah, no. Like, why? For who? For me. Like, I could go without, and I don't feel like treating anybody well. I understand, Suzanne. My only point was that you might be on a thinner that's not in that class of thinners because of your allergies to aspirin. Yep. So you, instead of like, what do they give you? Heparin or Coumadin? And there's another one that's popular. I can't remember. Just be careful. That's all we're saying. Sniper Hunter, my hair was long. It was at the back of my knees and I cut it short. Jesus. I know all of you have cut, like, Anybody who's had long hair, when you cut your hair, the first shower you take, aren't you always surprised? First, you use too much shampoo. There's too much shampoo in your hair or too much conditioner. But you reach back, and where you usually like have to extend your arm all the way, suddenly there's no hair there, and you're like, oh, what happened? You're always surprised. You're like, damn it, I put too much of this crap in my hands. It happens to me every time. I regret using the term sparkle. That's all right. I think of sparkle and I think paper towels. So you're good. It's fine. You're super absorbent. I'd rather you be super absorbent than Edward. Why do women rub their eyes in the morning? Because they don't have balls to scratch. I wasn't expecting that from you, Susie. Oh, that was a good one. That was a good one. This whole show got totally derailed. We're supposed to be talking about attraction and repulsion. And we're talking about balls, sitting on balls and shaving chests and happy. Although it does, all right, it does factor into what I was talking about, but that wasn't where I was headed. But I haven't had a degenerate conversation in a very long time. And I kind of miss it a little bit. A little taste here and there. Not to be punny, but you know. Bobby said, I wear size 16s. Yeah, it's hard as fuck to find, and sometimes Amazon comes through. Yeah, but the thing with Amazon, that's hit or miss when you order shoes on Amazon. Because it may say that it's a 16. But it would, they're like, this is the Chinese version. So the size 16 is really a size 12. It's like, yeah, I've never ordered shoes on Amazon that I was happy with. Never. I like to go to the store and try them on. I need to know they fit right. I had a hard time clothing him. Yeah, he's already a size 18 shoe. Jesus, 18 is nuts. And he's young. Roy Rogers, yes, and Dale Evans. Happy trails to you. Do, 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 do. Yep, I remember that. God, I'm old. Luckily, I only saw them as reruns, but still. I used to love going to the Roy Rogers restaurants. Oh my God. Their roast beef sandwiches were amazing with ketchup and horseradish sauce on. Oh, forget it. So good. There's always someone one step higher on the oh shit ladder. Your 16s are hard to find, but his 18s are harder. Yeah, that sucks. And his feet are just going to keep getting bigger. You have no idea my pain clothing this child. He's only 16 years old. Yeah, that's gonna be a fucking pain in the ass. Hit up Omar the tent maker, right? You gotta find out who Andre the Giant, who his tailor was, because that's about where he's going. Maybe not width wise, but definitely height wise. Cumin is also good. Are you talking about cumin, the spice? Because I'm just saying. Axaban is what they got me on T3. I'm not familiar with that one. Just do me a favor and be careful, especially with the nosebleeds. Maybe try to use a little bit of Vaseline in your nose before you use the nose tube. This way you keep them from getting dried out and you won't get the nosebleeds. I mean, take care of you, girl. Don't make me yell at you, because I will. Shani said, being full of gas was the reason I ended up in the hospital. Let that shit out. Oh, hell yeah. Just do the happy. You could be a happy tutor. Go ahead. Go be a tutor. Christine's wife, Donna, used to say, girls don't fart, they toot. And I just look at her and go, have you ever been in a car with you when you tooted? Because that's a fart. I don't want to hear it. You can say it as cute as you want. That shit ain't cute. Whether you call it a toot or a fart, it still comes out the same. Still comes out the same. My ex Billy used to fart and used to go, oh my God, what crawled up your ass and died? Like, nobody has gas like this ever. I never, and he used to do that shit in the movie theaters. Oh, drove me insane. I just look at him and go, you realize I am not doing shit with you later. Why? No, because my face is going nowhere near that whole general area. Fuck you. Mm-mm, you ain't catching me unaware. I don't need pink eye. I don't need no, 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 no. Like, I said, what if I promised? No, your promises ain't worth shit. Nope. Nope. I value my face, my sanity, and my ability to see. Like, yeah, balloons. I listen, okay? I was blowing balloons. That was not his name. They were actual latex balloons that I had to blow up and stick on walls. Trust me, if I was blowing something else, there's no shame in my game. I would have said it. I am not shy in any way, shape, or form. Um, the foods I'm allergic to now are raw form. Aw. If cooked early, like apple pies, applesauce, and apple juice, I can eat them, but it has to do with the pectins. Yeah, because it's got some like metamorphosis happens, right? Where it transfers like the molecular structure or whatever, like turns into something else. I mean, I get it. I get it. And it's like, and I guess it's like cooking with like alcohol, like beer. You could add beer to something as long as the heat is high enough, it's going to burn off the alcohol and keep the hops and barley and whatever. We had that yesterday. That was part of the pork chops too. So it was so good. Like my stew was good first, but then add the beer, it took it up a whole other level. It made the gravy a little thinner, but that was fine because we had Spanish rice and it just soaked that gravy. Oh, it was so good. Heavy. Heavy. I literally ate like one small bowl of it right before Winning went live, and I'm sitting there like he's live, and I'm like, please don't fall asleep. Oh my god, because I was interested in the whole thing, but I had food belly. You know when you go into like that food coma, and that's what that dish always does to me. I was just like, stay awake, stay awake, stay awake, stay awake. Balloons, sure. I think she does protest too loudly. No, if I was sucking a dick, I would have said I sucked a dick. Like that would have been that would have been it. It was actual balloons. You have to be careful with baklava. There's a lot of things in baklava that can set you off. There's the honey, there's the walnuts, there's whatever flour you're using if you're using a special flour. I get it. Um Bobby said, think about all the times people trapped their stank breath in a latex balloon and just had them sitting there hanging out for decoration. Ew. I never thought about that, but now I will. Yeah. And then people they're like hugging those balloons and shit. They're like, ah. I wonder if you I wonder if the smell lingers. What if you had what if you made like marijuana balloons? Could you that should be like a party theme. Somebody should charge extra for that. Like you blow up the balloons, but you leave it like a little deflated, then you like smoke take a couple tokes and blow that into the balloon and then real quick tie the balloon. And then have a bunch of them. And then at the end of the party, everybody pops the balloons and the whole like room is full like marijuana smoke and everybody's got a like contact high. That'd be awesome. That's a really good idea. That could be like the next big thing. Why not? Shit, it's try it, see if it works. Can you imagine transporting that in your car? Your cop come up, you'd be like, I smell marijuana. No, it's just balloons. What? Yeah, just don't pop any balloons because then I'm gonna get you're not caught with marijuana. What are they gonna charge you with in possession of marijuana smoke? Stop it. I smelled it. I smelled it. See, even the school nurse didn't think the balloons were like, yeah, she was like, what did you do? I was like, don't start with me, Helen. Helen liked to give me shit, Nurse Helen in Wallace. She was this really, really, really old lady. So sweet, though. Hi, Michelle. Like, nothing ruffled this lady ever. You could go in there with your arm hanging, the bone sticking out. She'd go, oh my, that doesn't look good at all. Come sit down. Would you like a coloring book? Maybe a glass of water? Like she was so calm. And I just look at her like, woman, get upset. No, no. I think this is going to need more than I can do for you. Here you go. Here, you draw something real pretty with your other hand while I call the ambulance. It's like, oh my God. She just took everything in stride. We had an ugly Christmas sweater contest for the teachers, for the staff one year. And I went around. It was me, Marty, and Charles. We were judging everybody like we always do. And we went person to person, like, like room to room. And I said, we forgot Helen. And Marty was like, oh, Nurse Helen's not going to participate. I said, are you crazy? Come with me. And we go into the nurse's office. She made her own sweater. Like she literally glued and sewed every like breath she took was ching 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 ching, like all bells and everything. She was sparkly. She had the hat to match. And he was like, oh my God. She was lit up like her sweater. She made it. She put the LED lights from like the back, everything. She had it all going on. And I was like, I told you. He was like, oh, she's hands down the winner. I was like, oh, yeah, she's going to be so irritated because she doesn't like to be called out of her room. She just like, leave me in my little room. I'm good. But yeah, we made sure she won because she just went so over the top. And she was just a fun person, but you could not rattle her. She was a nurse in, I don't remember if it was the Navy or the Army, but for like 20 years. So kids were nothing for her. She used to say that. She'd be like, I've been in the middle of battles. I've patched together boys that had like one leg left and there's bombs going off. And she was like, a kid with a skin knee is not going to make me bat an eyelash. It was like, all right. But she always talked like this. Hello. How are you? She would call me when Katie got sick. She'd call me at home or whatever. I just, hello, Michelle. I have Katie here. Is she bleeding? No. Is she broken? No, she's just got a little bit of an upset time. Put her on the phone. Okie dokie. Katie. I swear to God, there's nothing wrong with you. Eat a goddamn pretzel and go the fuck back to class. Do not make me come to that school. Okay. Put Nurse Helen back on the phone. Hi, Michelle. Oh, Katie said that she just wants a pretzel and a little drink of water and then she's going to go back to class. Thank you. I'm like, yeah, you know how she is. It was like, oh my God. I miss her. I do. But my kids put me through it. They were always trying to come home. I'm sick. You're sick? Well, then you're too sick. If you come home and you're so sick, no TV, no radio, no laptop, just sleep. You're just going to sleep for the next 2 days. I feel a little bit better. Yeah, I thought you would. But yeah, she was great. I don't get anaphylactic, but itchy mouth and some swelling, so I don't chance the raw foods. Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, it's so scary how extreme allergic reactions are now. I don't ever remember people going into like anaphylactic shock, like ever. Like, yeah, you got hives, you took a friggin' Benadryl, and you were fine. Now it's like their faces blow up, and they're like, I can't breathe, and it's like, oh my God, that's what scared me about the peanut allergy. I don't know what I was more scared of, him going into anaphylactic shock or me having to give him that damn needle in his thigh. But when I showed him how to administer the EpiPen, I showed him on a melon with the, because they give you the practice thing. And I showed him exactly how hard he had to do it and where on his leg. He looked at that. He was 3. He said, I'm not doing that. He was like, no. And my son became a label reader. He was like, I am never doing that. He's had countless EpiPens, never needed one. Two. But he's never had another reaction. Statins are, if she was getting pleasure, then she ain't talking. I mean, if she's pleasuring you, she ain't talking. That's the best way to win an argument with a woman. You're not supposed to talk with your mouth full. Statins are horrible, especially the effects on the mind and liver. Yeah, my mind was gone. I was terrified. I have a cyst on my liver. Statins would make it worse. Yet my primary MD wanted me to take a statin for my LDLs. And I told her, nope, because of the cyst. She didn't believe me and called my GI. I was like, what the fuck? Yeah, they think you're just stupid. Like, you don't know your whole body. Like you can have 8 doctors, each one of them knows their section. You're aware of the entire like, contraption. Every moving part that you have, you know what's going on. But they don't want to listen to you because you're just a layperson. You're not a doctor. No, but I am the owner of this machine. I know how it runs. Like it belongs to me. Stop fucking with my parts and like let things just go the way they're supposed to go. Listen to what I'm telling you. Yes, it made that noise. No, it didn't make the noise once I brought it into the shop because that's just Murphy's law. But I know what's going on with my own body. I love when I told my doctor I was like, I'm pregnant. He was like, really? He was like, but you wrote down that you just had your period like 5 weeks ago. I said, yeah, I know, but I'm pregnant. No, there's no way you could tell. I said, I'm like 3 weeks pregnant with both my kids. And he was just like, there's no way you can know. I know my body. Okay. I know what my body goes through when it's going up to like that PMS stage. And I know when it's skipping directly ahead to, we have a baby inside. This is baby inside. Like, I'm pregnant. He was like, a pregnancy test wouldn't even tell you. I'm like, give me one. And oh shit, you're pregnant. I told you. And how do you know? Because I know the feeling. Like, I just know that my body feels different. And I know what that different feeling equates to. They don't listen to you. They think you're stupid. I don't want to be super absorbent or paper towel. I don't even know how to be a roll of paper towels. It's easy. You just sit there and look pretty. You can't do that. There are some very, very pretty rolls of paper towels. The first shower, and at least you're useful. The first shower after the haircut was great. I didn't have to spend half an hour braiding it before. Yep. Who broke T3? I was getting ready for a walk and I didn't see that one. T3 and 2 times speed laugh. It makes me giggle. Suzanne did it to me. She told a joke. I'm not saying it again because but it was fucking funny. I'm a dude. I need one pair of shoes and they need to be black. I otherwise just don't care. You don't have sneakers or work boots? I mean, I think men should have at least 3 pairs of shoes. One pair of work boots, one pair of sneakers, and one pair of dress shoes for when you absolutely have to freaking wear them. I don't like going to weddings and shit. So, I mean, if you want to skip that pair, I'm good with that. I'll always find a reason to stay home. But now you need a little variety. I mean, what about you winter boots? You're not going to go outside in like fancy shoes to shovel fucking snow. Everything must be black. Yeah, that's the thing. You open my closet and it's like black, 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 dark blue, black, 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 dark blue. I'm not big on trying to mix colors. If you see me in red, then it's probably Valentine's Day or I'm feeling like turning somebody on because I know I look good in red. I'm feeling extra spicy. I thought about how it would feel to have short hair again before I put it in a ponytail, and I had a habit of hair flipping. Looks like I was flirting with bikers. Oh, Lord. Your interpretation of what you do is hilarious. Oh, never mind that last one. You were talking about shoes. Yeah. Oh, God. We're all over the place today. Damn, almost derailed you with the mention of cumin. Yep. I'm not taking the bait, though. I'm trying to connect with the Shaquille program for some help. That's a good idea. That is a good idea. You might be able to, maybe on Twitter, like go on X and see if you could send a text or a tweet to, or even just post. You could actually do that, put a post on X and ask for information from anybody who knows like where you can get things in those sizes. Because I'm sure there's got to be other people out there with the knowledge that have been through the same problems. T3 now, I just needed to change over to a new tube. All good now. All right. Just take care of yourself, honey. Bobby, you started it. He said, oh, I bet you blew Bubbles too. No, I'm Bubbles. You don't know that, though. That's my nickname. That's what they nicknamed me in high school. I'm Bubbles. So, no, I didn't blow Bubbles. You can get rid of alcohol if you drink it. Yes, that's true. Speaking of ass, okay. Who here has gotten their butt cancer screening, colonoscopy? We were talking about the colon guard last night about mailing your poop back to them. You know, the mail in thing. Because I had to do that during the pandemic. That was awkward. I was like, really? Because there was a time where you got arrested if you mailed somebody's shit in a box. So it was like, okay, now it's like recommended. Yum, T3 the stew. We went from ass to stew and now ass stew. That's great. This is such a degenerate conversation at this point. That's your preferred method. I'm not touching that one. Be back later on my way home. Have a good night, Wolfie. I will see you later in the winning chat because I'm going to wrap this up because I need to go either make dinner or see if they're making dinner because this bitch is hungry. Drive safe, Wolfie. Absolutely. I'm scared to get mine. Don't be scared. Don't. I know you have a history with your family and everything, but it's better to know than to not know. And they get back to you really quickly. If you're doing like if you go in person, it's even better. But I mean, you could do the thing with the thing in the box. Insurance pays for it. You could look into it. They give you the script. They contact the company. They mail it to you. You follow the instructions. You mail it back. In like 2 weeks, you have all your answers, and you don't have to tell anybody. What if you had PF Chang's and just ripped ass into the Ew, that's gross. That was followed by it's the walnuts and the baklava. That was bad timing. Buh. And on that note, I'm gonna hurry up and wrap this up because now we're just shit talking, literally. Elefant, they keep sending me that test, but I never take it. I don't want to know. Everybody in my family has had cancer at some point, so yeah. Listen, you're doing everything you can to take care of you. You're doing all these changes. Wouldn't you rather do the changes knowing that you're healthy in areas you didn't want to think about than to do all these changes, do all this work, and then find out there's a problem that you ignored? No. I get you're scared, and we're here for you. But your best choice is your better option is to probably just get it done and say a prayer and hope for the best because whether you know or not, it doesn't change the status of things. But knowing might help you, if you can get ahead of it. Come on, girl. You got babies that adore you. Like do what you need to do to stick around for them cuz you want to see your grandbabies someday, right? So just take care of you. Come on. I know it's hard. And I would hug you if I was there even though you'd probably punch me for it. But whether you know or not doesn't change the fact of it existing or not. And I doubt it exists. I'm sure you're fine. And if you find out that there's nothing there, you can alter your diet, like, your lifestyle, meal plan, whatever you want to call it, further to keep it that way. Get ahead of it. We used to drive around with a bang and a gas mask attached to a CPAP hose between the oh my, with a bong, I said bang, you said bong. That makes more sense, Bobby. We never did get caught, but my friend dumped the bong on a car behind us on the highway. Oh, good God. As long as it wasn't a police car. Bong water just blasted the whole hood of the car. Yeah, that had to stink bad. Oh, bong water's the worst. Stay close to the bathroom with the prep. Don't go anywhere. Seriously, I made that mistake for the first one. I was in my 20s. Just saying. Oh, yeah. If you're going like in person, and they make you do like the whole flush. Yeah, no. Perform it either while you're sitting in the bathroom or like when you're sitting off the side of the bathtub because you want something that's easily cleanable and containable. Going out for a drink. We'll talk to you later. Bye, Ma. Uh, Total and destruction. I'm afraid of the prep with diabetes and having my ass violated. Well, that's why if you want to do the preliminary test with the colon guard, they will send it to your house. And all you're just going to follow the instructions. It's non-invasive. It's like taking a stool sample from your dog to the vet. Like that's what you're doing. You're just sending them a sample and they can tell a lot of things. And if there's anything detected in that, then you go for the more invasive procedures. But it's like a stepping stone. A really weird, shitty stepping stone, but at least you know that it's not going to hurt and you're not going to have to be sedated or whatever. Uh, my mom yelled at me because there's a lot of cancer in our family. I found out recently that they lowered the age for it. Used to be 50. Yeah, what's it now? 45? I think it's 45. But then again, they've been lowering the ages for freaking everything. I believe there's a prep that's specifically for diabetes. Okay. As violation burns from prep. Ass violation burns from the prep. Yeah, that does. That can be wicked. Thankfully, I can eat anything. Anything. Good for you, Snipperoonie. We all can't. We all can't. Damn it. Most of us have some type of allergy, which growing up, nobody ever had allergies. You had allergies to pollen. That was it. If you walked around like somebody, if they sneezed, you'd be like, oh, what are you sick? Nah, just hay fever. That used to be a thing. Now everybody's allergic to everything. It's ridiculous. Because they keep screwing with the makeup of our food. So of course our bodies are like, this is not real. When you're allergic to something, that's usually your body's way of saying something in this is not natural. I don't like it. It's a foreign body and I want it gone. And I'm fighting it. And then you blow up and it's like, oh, I'm allergic to that food. No, you're allergic to that food right there. T3, I'm allergic to peanuts. Okay, yeah, I'm that kid that made sure you couldn't bring peanut butter sandwiches to school. Hey, I had to do it for my son. Now I eat them every day, sandwiches, handfuls of nuts. Yeah. He never had, other than when he was 1, he never had an allergic reaction. And the doctor, like when he was a teenager, I took him to the doctor. He said, what do you mean he hasn't had one allergic reaction? I said that he tested positive for the peanut allergy. And that was because I gave him peanut butter when he was a year old, like my freaking mother told me to, and his entire face went like he had no eyes left. I was terrified. And 2 Benadryl, and I had to like force feed him the Benadryl. I had it, well, 2, it was like 2 syringes. But I sat there for like an hour with the doctor on the phone, hysterical crying, because he was like, it's fine. He can breathe. He's fine. Don't take him to the hospital. Just wait. And I was like, all right, because his doctor was very like old school. And he was like, don't go to the hospital for that. He was like, by the time you reach the hospital, the allergy reaction will have gone away and they're going to look at you like you're stupid. He was like, it's a waste of time. Just sit down, calm down, take a shot. That was his advice to me. You need a shot of something. Calm the fuck down. But yeah, after that, he never had a reaction. When he was smaller, he would get hives wherever my mother's dog licked him. Like, so he'd get hives on his hands or he'd get a hive on his cheek if the dog licked his cheek. And I was like, but he's not allergic to dogs. So what is it? I didn't know that they use peanut shells as filler in certain dry dog foods. So if a dog is eating the food and then they lick you, they're transferring the peanut shell, that powder, onto you. And he would get a physical hive reaction, but he wouldn't get the swelling. So after that, they made sure, like, whenever they bought their dog food, they read the ingredients very well. But I didn't know that that was a thing. So I told his doctor all that, and he was like, yeah. He goes, I don't think he's allergic to peanuts anymore. He's like, we could do the test. He was like, but I don't think he's allergic to peanuts. He was like, and at some point you're going to have to put him through like peanut therapy just to figure it out. And I was like, peanut therapy? He was like, yeah, it's giving micro doses of peanut to see if he has a reaction and to build up his tolerance to it. And I was like, yeah. I was like, knowing my son, he'll just take a friggin', like a jar of peanuts and just down it and be like, fuck it, what happens? Like, but until then, he's not going to do that. You seem to have outgrown the allergy. Well, your body changes supposedly every 7 years. Like, I'm allergic to things that I wasn't allergic to before. I'm no longer allergic to things that I was allergic to before. My hair every 7 to 8 years changes its consistency. Sometimes it's like for years it'll be pin straight, and then I wake up one day and it's just I'm like, where'd the fucking curls come from? And why can't I get rid of them? Like, why do I have orphan Annie hair? Like, I can't. But yeah, you do. Every 7 years, your body goes through some type of major cellular change. Uh, the MD used to be a pharmacist to boot. They love pushing stuff on you. They really do. Like I said, I would share my allergies, but I wouldn't want to offend if I piss y'all off. She's allergic to bullshit. It's what she's allergic to. And I share that allergy, damn it. I'm allergic to bullshit, ignorance, and stupidity. And ignorance and stupidity are not always the same thing. Um, but you have to be NPO the day before. You can have liquids, just not dairy, soda, and red dyes. NPO. What's NPO? Nothing by mouth. No food. Then why is it NPO? Where's the P come from? Phrasing. I just realized what I just said, but whatever. I try to. You try to what? Echolocate my way to the fridge. Fell down the stairs. Well, I guess I'm not a bat. Yeah, no, your sonar's not working. Not working. Sorry, CMA brain kicked in. NPO, nothing by mouth. There you go. I've tried dragging my head along the wall and making clicking sounds with my teeth. So far, so good. That's good. Keep doing that. Keep doing that, Bobby. I don't think I could fast that long without medical intervention. I tried to get it on point. I really did. I know. Nothing by mouth. Other things I believe would be slightly different in your case. So you could have other things in your mouth, just no food and no swallowing. That's not really your. That's more my area, but whatever. And not even mine anymore. Hopefully one day. The way I've been reacting to fasting is my glucose is super high, and to bring it down, I have to eat. But if I let it go longer than 12 hours, it dips to a point where my CGM goes off. Okay. It's a whole lot of medical talk I'm not getting because I'm not in the, I'm hungry. That's all I'm thinking is I'm hungry. Are you allowed to drink bone broth and such? I don't think you're allowed to drink anything that's has any kind of color to it or salt or whatever. Like it's basically like water. Just stick to water. No, but I'd rather not know for myself. Hypoglycemic effect. And I'm gonna skip it because I really need to go eat. I love you guys. Crew going to be doing some electrical stuff in our town. I'll say peace. Good night, Suzanne. You be careful out there and take care of yourself, honey. I'm glad you're doing well. Enjoy the Canadian of it all. You're the only good Kanuki that's up there, that's here. So I like you and Scott Freedom. Like you're my two Kanukis. My Kanukis. Unfortunately, colon guard test can't be used for all testing reasons, but sometimes it has to be the scope. Yeah, I know, but if she's gonna do a preliminary to like take the edge off her nerves, that would be a good first step. If she's afraid of like the invasiveness and stuff like that, it's a step. And if there's anything like obvious that's gonna pick it up, and then she knows she's got to go do the other. But it's just a good way to like wade into the water of it, you know? If and when I do it, I'll go scope because my relatives who have cancer removed from it. Okay. Whatever gets you, to a place where you're going to be and stay healthy, honey. That's all we care about. Zach without a K. Shelly without the second E. Hi, Heidi Ho. Ellie Font, my favorite pachyderm. You know that she's. I can't with you. Hey, Snipe. All right. Ah. Well, it is 4:30. We talked about attraction. We did talk about attraction. At least you know I love a good happy trail. What am I attracted to? I'm attracted to somebody who's intelligent, got who's got their morals in check, who knows what they stand for. I don't care if you're a little degenerate. Like, I want you to be fun, but I don't want you to be some self-righteous stick in the mud. But at least know what you believe in and stick to it, no matter what anybody has to say about it. Like, I like somebody who's intelligent, who I can have a conversation with, who I can get really profound with, and somebody who I could talk sci-fi with or just bullshit with, somebody with a good sense of humor. And if you're, a handsome fucker, then that works too. That helps. I mean, I don't want all those things wrapped up in somebody who's going to scare the shit out of a scarecrow. But, you know, for the most part, looks change over time. And I think the more you care about a person, like the more you love a person, you're attracted to them through all those changes. And they become more and more beautiful to you the more you love them. Because you see more of the inside outside, equilibrium. It's not all shallow. You're not looking at them shallow. I've never been shallow when it comes to being attracted to people. Like the first spark, like you might get my attention because you look good, but then you open your mouth and you ruin it. It's just like, because once I know that your insides are ugly, I can't see the outside of you the same. But when I know your insides are beautiful, like you have a fantastic heart, I tend to look at the outside of you in a whole different way. That's the turn on for me. I need somebody who's got a lot of heart, who's a good person, but who also is not going to take my shit and can make me laugh. Like, it's very simple. Like, that was always what I wanted, and I couldn't find that anywhere. So I just went for the bad boys because I was like, fuck it. There's nothing on the menu that I like, that I need. So I'll go for something I know is going to be temporary and I'm not going to be devastated when I walk away from it. That was what the bad boys were for. That little edge danger. And it was purely physical. Like, I didn't have feelings for them. Like, literally, it was just like, we're friends. Like, we're just friends with benefits. They're like, no, you're my girl. No. No, I'm really not. But, um, wait, what? Wait. I gotta go back because I missed that. I still think I'm going to go full probing. Need to schedule that. All right, well, I mean, if you want they can take shots at Uranus. There you go. Zach said, I'm so attracted to myself. I believe you. I'm sorry, but like nobody else has ever looked in the mirror and be like, I'd fuck me. Like, absolutely. Like, I think I'm pretty good. If you don't, you should. Because the first person who should affirm how you feel about like your looks, like that you look good, is you. Your opinion that matters. Other people, that's secondary. If you don't like what you see in the mirror, then you're going to have problems with what other people see. So learn to look at yourself with a little more love than you usually do. Because somebody else, like they say, beauty's in the eye of the beholder. Sometimes you're the beholder of your own beauty. You get to determine the quality of what you're looking at. And the problem is, if you look at yourself too long or too closely, everything looks weird. Because we're just a bunch of shapes and stuff all kind of like mishmashed together. If you look at your face for too long in a mirror, you'll find like how strange the dimensions are. And you're just like, oh my God, like everything looks kind of like alien and foreign. That's not the way. You're not meant to be under a microscope. You're a whole package. The whole package has to be attractive in some way, at least to yourself. Because if you don't see it, trust me, nobody else is going to. Like they're going to pick up whatever vibe you're putting out. That's why I say confidence is key. You don't have to actually have the confidence. Fucking fake it till you make it. Even if you're faking yourself. Because sometimes it's just those voices in your head that are skewing your vision. I'm so attracted. He said at least somebody is that. I'm going to smack this shit out of you, Snipperoonie. I swear to God. Like, I can't. You need to spend some time just saying, you know what? No, I'm doing it. I don't care. Yeah, where is it? Where is it?
Because I'm good enough, I'm smart enough, and doggone it, people like me.
No, where's the fucking long one? Here we go.
I deserve good things. I am entitled to my share of happiness. I refuse to beat myself up. I am an attractive person. I am fun to be with.
Because I'm good enough, I'm smart enough, and doggone it, people like me.
That's Lass's favorite. You need to do that daily affirmation thing before I smack the shit out of you. I swear to God, I'll kick you dead in your shit. I went way too far back. What the hell happened? StreamYards is like, wait, let's go back. No, I'm actually caught up, you bastard. Zach said I sexually assaulted myself last night. I told myself no, but then I knew I didn't mean it. Feel like I just couldn't resist me. I just couldn't. I was just sitting there, just so cute. I was so cute. I was wearing a new outfit. I was really like ready to hit the town, and I just had to take me home. I get it, Zach. I get it. Trust me. I get it. You said you're humble. Oh, I'm humble. So very humble. You're full of shit. Oh, that's why Shelly no longer likes me. Why? Because I don't like shallow? You're not shallow, you jerk. Should have kept my mouth closed. I mean, most men should. That's why you guys are the strong silent types. Because if you open your mouth and say something stupid, she's going to dry right up. That is advice that nobody listens to, and it's worth its weight in gold. Shelly said, handsome fucker, and I thought of Meet the Parents. Aren't you a handsome fucker? I like that movie. That was Meet the Fuckers. That was fucking funny. Snipe, just me and Ellie. Oh, Lord. Mac Davis, Lord, it's hard to be humble. I mean, Mac Davis did believe that, but he had reason to believe that. His hair, man, he had gorgeous hair. I can't wait to look in the mirror. I get better looking every day. I don't know what melody that is, but that's the one I gave it. At least she's not smacking the shit out of me. There you go. Let me tell you something. If I smack you, you'll like it. Okay? I'm a professional. I'm not lying either. But yeah, on that note, I am going to go make dinner for my children because apparently they went out to have a drink, and not my children, my mother and her husband, and they're just not going to feed us. So it's on me. Thank you all for being here. I had fun. I needed just a fun, silly, wackadoo kind of stream, and this totally made my day. So thank you guys. Thank you for riding all those highs and lows with me, because I live for the laughter that I get with you guys. I really do. And I really appreciate it. So, go be degenerate. Go be good. Whatever floats your boat, baby. I will see most people in Winnings tonight because I'm sure he's doing a show. I think he's doing Unveiling Reality tonight because he switched it from yesterday. So we'll see what zebra alerts we have in store. Shani said, you made it fun. Thank you for making me refuse to work. You're very welcome. It was hooky playing day. All right. I will see you in the funny papers. Take care of each other and yourselves. Mwah. Bye.
Jersey girl, I know that you're a Jersey girl inside. 4 a.m. at a diner, stop singing, living on a
And
prayer.
doggone it, people like me.
I'm thinking maybe you're a Jersey girl with all those highlights in your hair. No other girl can move like you. We pump our fists and
the fuck starts a conversation like that? I just sat down.